So call the meeting to order, 9:05, and there's not if anybody's parked out front, you know that's not a good idea. You need to move. Other than that, I think that's about all the announcements, and the meeting is yours, Jen, to run. Put us through our paces. And thank you for this. I know I appreciate you being here and all the work you put in. And I think everyone, I speak for everyone in saying thank you. This is a valuable tool for us.
You bet. I'm glad to be invited. I have high hopes for the day. This is fun for me. I enjoy doing this work. So we all have our things, right? So before we start, I want to introduce Liz Francis. Elizabeth is my new part-time admin assistant. I have to say, having an admin assistant is fantastic. Having Liz is like beyond the moon. So she's going to be a great asset to us today. Peter's taking our official minutes for the board. But what Liz is doing today is she's going to help us with our products and our outcomes for the meeting. So I'll talk a little bit about that. So just to give an overview of the day through facilitated conversation activities, our real outcome for the board today is for you to have a plan of action of the work you want to do this year and the topics about what those are. So that's our big outcome. And then I'll call them products. From today, we'll have 4 products coming out of today. 1 will be your norms. 2 will be your values. 3 will be your committees. And 4 will be that action plan that's actually on the calendar. So my hope is today, by the time we leave, we have those. Liz and I will put those together electronically and send them out to the board once they're all finished. So that's why there's 2 sets of minute takers. All right. So one thing before we jump into our first activity, I do plan on having you move around a little bit. There'll be different things for you to do. You'll get to you'll sit, you'll get to do some chart paper like we love. You can't go to an educational like PD day without chart paper. It's just part of our life. So there's a parking lot. If that's an unfamiliar term to you, the parking lot are ideas that come up, concepts, topics, burning things that you're like, we must talk about this, and it may not be on the agenda, or it may not be what we're talking about right now. So at any point you feel like, well, you have a topic that isn't being addressed today and you want to make sure that happens, we're going to put it on the parking lot. Okay? And I'll routinely, regularly come through and check to make sure, like, oh, have we covered these topics or not? And it may be that we don't get to them today, but it's good information for you as a board to say, okay, this is still something we have to tackle. Fair? And at any time, if you feel like you need to get up, write something on the parking lot, if you need to use the restrooms when they're downstairs, if you need to take care of personal business, I operate under adults, take care of adults, and take care of your kids. So, love that. If you all leave at once, it's a very strong signal to me. So. All right, so the first activity, we're going to do a couple little group activities today. This is a activity for you to get to know each other a little bit better. I use this with teams that know each other, but maybe don't know each other as well, or only know each other in certain roles. So it's called Paper Mingle. I'm going to have a volunteer.
Yes.
Oh, good. Thanks, Bill. Come on up. So we'll only do this it takes about 10 minutes. It is. We're going to lift you up.
Yeah, I'm hoping not to.
No fun? So this is called Paper Mingle. So Bill and I will each take one of these cards. And on each of these cards is a question or a starter statement. And what will happen is randomly find a partner. Hey Bill, what's up?
Hi Jen, how are you today?
Fantastic, thank you so much.
Awesome.
Love your time.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so I would read my statement to Bill, and Bill would tell me, he would respond. And then Bill would do the same. Some of these are pretty deep. Some of them are more lighthearted. Bill.
Jen.
Would you please describe one of your passions?
One of my passions. One of my passions.
And it's okay, we can allow.
One of my passions. One of my passions is to help other people succeed.
And I can ask follow-up.
Jen, describe one of the best days of your life.
Okay, Bill's got it. Best days of my life. You know, that's an easy one for me. Outside of my wedding, which was fantastic. I got to be in the delivery room with my sister when my nephew was born, and he's a big part of my life.
And what is his name?
His name happens to be Miles, and do you know what his birthday is?
It is on July 29th.
Don't you have a son named Miles?
I do, and his birthday is July 29th.
There you go. Okay. So here, keep your card.
Oh,
So now, Bill and I switch cards. We put our hand up, and we go find someone else. So now you have a new question, you ask the questions, and every time you switch, if you end up, the signal to get a new card is if someone asks you that question. You've heard that question, you've been asked that already, and then you swap out. And there's no time for how long it takes to talk to a partner, but we'll probably do this for about 10 minutes or until people get tired of it. I'll leave the room. Cool?
Michael, come on over.
Everybody stand on up. We're all gonna do it. Come grab a card. Come on over. Find yourself a space.
Do I keep this card?
Everybody takes their first card. And find a partner. Take it over.
Some of the visuals.
Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate everyone participating. I know it was fun to get to play as well. I hope you got to learn something about one of your colleagues or connect with them in a different way. Oftentimes in organizations, especially boards, you have to make really hard decisions. Sometimes that's challenging. So to know each other in a different way can help move you forward, like that you have these connections. Okay, so our next piece, you were all, I think, given a handout for norms. If you haven't read it already, we're going to spend some time building norms. It is in the left-hand side of your packet. And I think, Joe, you may have sent this out beforehand. I'm not sure if you've seen it or not, but you'll have time to read it anyway. So one of the things that effective organizations do is they have norms. They have norms about how they communicate, about how they make decisions, about, they have ways to communicate, how they make decisions, how they talk to one another, how they are presenting in public. All of these pieces make it so you have a healthy organization that can move forward. And sometimes norms can feel different for individuals. Like, I'm an introvert. I prefer quiet time, and I need that sometimes in order to be the most effective. Other people need that interaction all the time. Some people like to hash it out, and they need to do that. They need to process that loudly. Not loudly. They just need to process that out loud. So I think there's just different things that come from us personally. And then as a board, you have real objectives you need to accomplish. So, and there's rules for how you run those meetings. But the norms all play into that. So we're going to spend some time creating norms as a group, but first I'm going to give you a little time to read. You have a one-page handout that I put together about why we establish norms, the purpose of them, and then keeping each other accountable. So I'm going to give you about 5 minutes to read quietly, and I'll know you're finished when you get to my contact with me, and I'll move on. So the purpose of norms are really to make sure everyone gets to contribute and that all voices are heard, and that you're effective as a board, and that you accomplish what you've set out to do. And I know you have big ideas of what you want to accomplish, so norms help you get there. On the page there are some sample norms that I collected these from, Google. Google is great. So lots of different places. Part of my background before education, I was in education. That's my bachelor's. My master's is actually in public policy and administration. So in addition to this facilitation and coaching work, I also geek out on organizational theory, which I know, Well, so much fun at parties, so much fun at parties. And then my doctorate is in educational leadership, so I feel like this is a great marriage of those two things. So when we do norms together, sometimes it's things like starting in on time. Sometimes it's, I hear 3 before me. That's a teacher thing that we say that, or when we're sharing, and saying like this, you've spoken once, and you mentally make yourself wait for 3 other people to talk before you share again. Yeah, so it's just those kind of little tips that you can do. Assuming good intentions, things like this are all part of being part of a healthy board. So, our activity. This is pretty resilient, right? Like, this is pretty good. Like a creative poster board over here. Like I took the stuff off the stairwell. So this is going to be my whiteboard today. You have yellow Post-it notes and a black Sharpie in front of you. And the activity how we're going to start this is quietly. You're going to write a norm that you want to have this group establish. Like, always move forward. Don't hash ideas. Assume good intentions. Whatever that thing is that you want, I want you to brainstorm as many norms of the things that you want to see happen in this board that you need. So Trish, you might have 8, but Drew, you might only have 3. But you're just going to write 1 on each sticky note and do as many as you like. And when we're finished, when I see you starting to slow down, we're all going to put our norms up here on the sticky notes, and then we're going to start organizing them and come to some agreement. Okay? Any questions about what you're doing right now? Great, okay, so sticky note, norm away.
Coffee every week.
So if you're ready, some people are still writing, and that's fine, you'll have plenty, you can still keep writing and adding. At this point, if you are ready to put your norms up on the board, what I'd ask is that when you come up, put a menu on the board. If you see ones that's kind of similar, you can move your Post-it note next to the other norm. Try not to knock over our whiteboard, if you would please. But once you're up here, if you want to stay up here, because we're going to look at the board together, and we'll just do a quick activity up here while standing. So when you're ready. So I'm happy to stand up here a little bit so you can see what everyone else wrote before you sit down, because it might inspire something else for you too that you went.
You want us to read them right now?
No, I just take a seat. Once you get a chance to read them all. So I'm going to read aloud each of the norms. If I need clarification, or anyone needs clarification on what do you mean by that, then we'll provide that. So, and then we'll work together. I have my glasses on this part. We'll work together to put those into categories and establish probably 5 or 6 norms, maybe more or less, but that's probably top, so 6. Be nice. Emulate what we expect of our children. Be the model. Be prepared, ready before meetings. Be prepared and do your homework. Be prepared and read documents prior to the meetings. Show up, be present. So you did some grouping, thank you for that. Remember why we're here, the livelihood of children. Our mission is top of mind. Can someone clarify for me what that meant? Our mission is top of mind.
So we have a mission statement, vision statement, so always keep that in mind. You know, whatever our statement is, keep that as the focus.
Active listening. Be present. Show up and be present. Be present and participate. Listen rather than refute. Value others' opinions, agree or disagree. Start on time. Listen to the public. Wait until called upon to speak. Respect each other and the public at meetings. Stay on topic. Stay focused on the goals. How we get there can be controversial, but goals should be clear. I think that, am I saying that okay?
Yeah, the goal shouldn't be controversial. What we're trying to achieve should not be controversial. How we get there and how we achieve that goal is probably going to be very controversial amongst everybody, right? Us in the public. But what we're trying to do should not be controversial.
Wonderful. Thank you for clarifying. Listen respectfully. Responsible to express different opinions. Move forward. Be respectful of other views. Express disagreement with ideas, not individuals. Express your viewpoint. Always frame comments and questions positively and respectfully. Treat each other with respect and dignity. Attending meetings as regularly as possible. No cherry picking by topic. Listen respectfully. Be respectful, don't talk over others. Give others a chance to speak. Working hard, we need to work harder to allow all voices to be heard. Everyone should speak up and share their thoughts. Once a decision is made by the board, respect and honor that decision. Once a decision has been made, agree to support it in public and move forward. Publicly supporting decisions made by the board regardless of personal beliefs or feelings. Accepting that this is one board and we each represent all towns, not only the one we reside in. Do your homework. Be prepared. Up down here. Start and end on time. Stick to agenda. Start and end on time. End on time when possible. I'll put those together. Anything burning after listening to those that you want to get a norm up there that you might have forgotten about or it hadn't occurred to you? What themes are you seeing here? I'm seeing a few.
Listening.
Okay. Respect. Listening. Respect. I'll wait till we drop.
Preparation, participation,
Preparation and which can be different
which are
things.
separate, but preparation and participation are both also two separate.
I'm hearing the importance of hearing all voices.
Being goal oriented.
Focusing on mission and goals. Yes.
And there's also the, in addition to the working together piece, there's the, once we've made a decision to move forward, that we act as a board rather than as individuals. You know, there was 3 or 4 that were, you know, support the decision publicly regardless of your own opinion. You know, the board takes a position as a board member, then that's the position of the board. The debate happened, now it's the board's position kind of thing.
It kind of sounds like if I can marry those.
Please.
If you're allowed time and respectful conversation and dialogue around something and the board does that productively, then you'll have a decision and then your voice was heard, so now you move forward as a board. It's kind of what I heard was 2 better. Mike.
So is now the time to talk about a norm that comes up, like the one that was just mentioned? Or are we going to get through this first and then have a dialogue?
Ask me again, please.
Is now the time to talk about the norms as they come up, like the one that was just mentioned? Or do you want to get through that first and then have the dialogue?
Thank you for clarifying, or responding. So what we're going to do to clarify is we're going to put these by groups and come up with statements around each of the groups, and then we're going to decide whether we agree on those norms or not. So my answer is not yet. Save it. Okay. So I heard a lot about goals and children and the mission. I'll just go over here. I'll find it. Here we go. No, it's not. Right? Okay. Same focus on the goals. What might we say would be a header or a statement? So I might write this, here's my example. I might write this to capture these 3 norms, be something like stay focused on the goals of the board, or stay focused on our mission, or put children first, something like that. And let me tell you, I'm going to go after this meeting wordsmith and come up with better things than what I'm saying off the top of my head right now. But think about this, what might that sound like? Am I capturing it if I say stay focused on the mission, the goals, children?
The mission does capture.
Yeah. One more time.
The mission does capture.
So be mindful of our mission.
Because if you reference the mission, then it will capture children at the forefront of decision making.
So I put mission and children here, and again, I'm going to come up with language, just want to make sure we capture that. All right, so then down here, whew, Because I see, be nice. Be prepared, come to the meetings, do your homework, show up, be respectful, be present. What does it look like when you're present at a board meeting? If I'm watching you and I know you're present at a board meeting, what's
You're
it?
engaged,
Okay.
eye contact.
Listen to that, participate in the conversation.
Participate, follow along, right? Do you have a rule about cell phones at your meetings or anything like that? Is that an issue for you guys?
I don't think it's been an issue.
Okay. It just all depends on the recruiters. I read one more that was, I don't know what this organization was doing, but it said, do not attend to personal care habits during the meeting. And it had examples, brushing hair, flossing, and I was like, what happens at that meeting? Right?
Clearly it's not on camera.
You're all right, yeah, right, yeah, hope not, hope not.
I promise you'll never catch me brushing my hair.
Oh, it was shocking. Is that a fair capture? Be prepared, and those might be two different norms, but be prepared and present during meetings.
Well, but they flow into each other. If you're prepared, you can be present.
Yeah, and also, I think present is during and at, because sometimes, you know, we don't have people at meetings, they don't show up.
Physically.
We'll listen to people today. And I understand that we can't always be, but we should do our best. As I spoke to Michelle last night.
So a sample norm might be,
But I did let you know.
Yes.
be present at meetings, and under that would be some bullet points about being prepared for meetings, ready to meet first, attend as regularly as possible, and then be active listeners or something like that would be under that heading of your norm. And again, we're going to come back and discuss all this, so this is just going to go somewhere. This one's tough. Definition. I'm going to jump over here because I heard a lot about decision making and respect, and I want to tease that out a little bit because that came out in a couple different ways. So, be respectful and allow others a chance to speak. Don't talk over others. Tell me a little bit more about what that looks like when it's going well. It sounds like that might be something that can be a challenge for boards.
I think when it's going well, you sort of look around and you see people, and there's a lot of nodding and a lot of eye contact and everything. It feels like you're making a decision as a group. It doesn't always happen that way, but when it does, that feels good, and it feels like we're moving forward.
I'd also just add that we've been through some pretty challenging topics and timeline and all of that recently, which lends, I think some of what you're seeing there is a reflection of the challenging topics that we've taken on and the big decisions we've been making over, you know, it feels like a really long period of time, but in the real reality of things, it hasn't been all that long, lots of big changes. And so I think that it's hard to remember to keep emotions inside, and you know, it's very understandable why all of us get very passionate about what we're doing. So I think maybe some of this is a reflection of the challenges.
Yeah, I would just say I enjoy when there's conflicting opinions, but when people are calm and expressing that. I think that there are times when you feel like you're in the minority or you're in the majority, but when you just are expressing your opinion in a respectful manner, it continues the flow of the conversation instead of ends it. And I've seen the board participate in that, and it feels really good. And the reaction of the public feels really good. And so anything that we can do to encourage honest dissent. I think that Lindsay had a really interesting point. I don't remember when, but it was like something about let's have really vigorous debate, but do it in a very respectful manner. Because we don't want to stop the discussion, but there's a way to have that discussion that keeps the flow of respect going.
I read up here too, someone said, finding it, to the essence of disagree with the topic, but not the individual. That's not personal, but you can have dissent in that way. So there's one. I'm going to come up with something better. A communication maybe. So this might have a few subsets underneath it of what that specifically will look like. And again, I'll create a draft for you to decide what goes in there. And you use rules when you're debating, right? Or when you're discussing a topic, and you're talking minutes before you move to vote. Joe usually facilitates this, right?
Right, yeah, we use Roberts.
Right? Okay. I was going to say Robert's Rules of Order, but I wasn't
For
sure.
small boards, yes.
Okay, well, so part of that takes that away, but it's really important for, and this is going to be one of my things I'm going to pound into you about norms. Joe's the facilitator, but all of you are responsible for the norms. So if Joe it doesn't see somebody with her hand raised or is caught up in a passionate debate with that, you have to help him remember, and all of you remember, that this is your norm. So all of you, not just your facilitator, has to be able to say, like, I want to refer to our norm, like about respectful conversation. And I think, and it might be Al saying, I think Trish has a thought that she wants to share that she hasn't had a chance to. Like, you do that together. And the more that becomes the responsibility of every person on the board, the stronger your team's going to be. And it takes that pressure off of standing in front of the public and having this and trying to figure out how to do this debate and not have it be heated and have it look like you guys are a mess. Because you're not. You're trying to get to the goal together. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. I do want to come back to listening because I feel like that's came up a lot. Even though respectful conversation and communication is in there. And there's two parts to this. And I'm going to separate this from listening to one another, I heard, but then listening to the public came out as well. Fair? And they might group together. What's going on? I heard the public a couple times in here. What would that look like if we were actively listening to the public? How does that work on your board?
It starts with our communication with the public, in fact, to get them to engage. Okay? I think that's the beginning stage. Finding a way, an effective way to engage the public in a conversation so that we have an opportunity to listen to their feedback.
Not just in the meetings themselves, but outside of that.
Right.
Okay.
I think that a lot of what we get at public meetings, in my time on multiple boards, it tends to be centered around one thing, and it's a fairly small representation of, the entire public with a viewpoint.
Sure.
And the people that tend to agree with the decision don't show up to support the decision. It's only the people that disagree with the topic. So, you sort of, it's hard because you have 50 people in front of you saying something, but you know that there's a lot more people out there that aren't engaged or that don't know, I'm not going to come to the meeting, you're doing the right thing. So it makes, it's hard to say that if you don't do what the people that come to the meeting say, that you're not listening to the public, so there's that. It's like listening to the public needs to be a much broader experience than just what shows up at a meeting. Not to discount the people that show up at a meeting. I mean, I'm glad they come and express a viewpoint, but that isn't necessarily the overarching view, I guess.
And to tag onto that, I think we've all talked to our friends and relations and neighbors, whether you agree or disagree with what they're saying. It's hard to bring those conversations to a meeting because you don't want to you can't really call the individual out and say, well, I spoke to this person and here's what they said, because you can't do that. But also, because you can't do that, what you're saying doesn't often feel valid, or it doesn't feel like you're really properly able to represent kind of what you've heard. It feels like well, I spoke to some guys and this is what they said. It doesn't, sometimes it's difficult to bring validity to what you're hearing in the community if they aren't showing up at the meetings. I have found that to be difficult at times.
It's not always friends and neighbors, just so you know. It's also people that you can
True,
run into on the
yes.
street or next door or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
We do get a lot, I'm sure everybody else experiences the same thing that I do. We get a lot of feedback anecdotally.
Yes.
Which is hard to, we can process it ourselves, but it's hard to share.
And I also, sorry, Mike, I also felt like I'm not properly expressing what they've expressed to me. You sort of get the gist, but, I'm not quoting this person, but this is what I think they said, kind of, I don't know.
In the context of the conversation.
Yeah.
Mike, please.
So, we had an interesting thing happen last year, right, with a couple of petitions. So there was a large amount of public who didn't feel like the board was listening to them. So I think that's why this is particularly on point. And, what can we do as a board to come, to minimize that, right? We had, 196 or 8 voters feel like they weren't heard. And, then there's ramifications from that, potentially down the road with other votes that we have or whatnot, So what can we do to make sure we're not giving that impression going forward?
Can I clarify something? As it will inform me for how we do our committee work later? Is it that they weren't heard or they didn't like your decision?
Well, what I heard back was they felt like they weren't heard because on a technicality, the board, on the first petition, the board did technically address it, but everybody felt like that wasn't sincere. And then the second time, the board just flat out denied, the 198 voters or whatever. So, that's, we need to win the public's hearts and minds and to have them supporting us in what we're trying to do. So, how can we be better in handling those in the future?
So I appreciate that because it's going to inform when we talk about these a little bit, both what Trish, Emily, and Joe also said to Mike about the purpose of one of our committees around communication. What I also heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the board made a decision, and then part of one of the norms is that I heard of here is once we make a decision, we move forward. We don't rehash. So I'm not sure if that plays in or not, but
That's what Mike brought up earlier about discussing.
Okay, got it. So that might be something that you want to talk about. Okay, got it. Okay, so I'm going to say listening, and I'm going to kind of put these together, but then I'm going to say communication and responsiveness to the community, to our stakeholders. Not sure if it's technically a norm, but we're going to figure out how to make that work, because it sounds like that's a big value, if not a norm, but value for here. So I don't want to lose that. Okay. All right, so since I poked the bear, what about decision making and moving forward? I saw this a few times. So once a decision has been made, agree to support it in public. Once a decision is made, respect and honor that decision. Publicly supporting discussions made by the board regardless of personal beliefs or feelings. Might be kind of in here. Accepting that this is one board and we represent all the towns, not only our own. So is a norm, I saw moving forward in here too. So a norm that this might represent is once a decision is made, move forward, and we'll still discuss it. But once a decision is made by the board, we support it. And that's assuming that there's been active discussion and people have been able to weigh in.
One, it depends on the decision, because if it's just a decision like a budget, it's a done deal. But if it's a decision that will impact the students, whether positive or negative in the future, it has to be rehashed and revisited.
Only for process level.
For your process. So I'm going to say that's part of our discussion. So how about I propose the norm, and then we're going to hash out, because I think there's some ideas about what that looks like, because it may be that we just need to tease out what that looks like. What decisions come back up? Do they go back on a topic to come later on our agenda? Or do we say we need to table this, give us some time to think and come back? But I think what I heard, and again, recasting it to you, is that once you vote and the discussion has happened and you spent valuable time on that topic, the decision is made that you need to honor that decision as a board, both publicly and privately. But you're always publicly a board member, right? Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what the intention of this was? Again, we have time to discuss it. Ken, please.
Again, okay, this is a real hard one for me, okay, because I'm a firm believer in democracy, and even though you're in the minority, when it comes to something, if I have no problem whatever the board decides as a whole to say, well, that was the board's decision, but if somebody asks me my opinion of the decision, I will give them my answer, whether it is with the majority or against the majority.
Okay, so we'll come to that. We'll come to that. I'm going to say that until last. I should have started with stay on time. That one was a lot easier, right? All right.
I'm going to start and stay on time. Stick to agenda. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then I just put decision right here so we don't come back to it. Did I miss anything? Thinking of, give yourself a second. All right, so I'm going to start with what I call easy ones. So start and stay on time, stick to agenda. So the process that we're going to do now is I'm going to take each group of norms and then we're going to discuss those. And then you have something in your sheets that says fist to 5. And this is how, when I feel like the discussion maybe is done, I'll ask you to give me a fist to 5. So 5, I'll champion. I love this norm. I've never seen a better norm than this. Wow. Like I will be the reminder. Fist means absolutely not. I will fight you every day. This is not what I agreed to do. If you give a fist or a 1, discussion opens back up. So 2 is really good to say like you have reservations, but you're on board. 3, good norm. 4, yeah, good. I'm with you. Okay. So 5, yeah. Fist, hells to the no. 1, I need more information. 2, I'll live with it. Okay? And then everything in between. So, starting and end on time. Can you see that? You all get to see my printing live. Starting and end on time and sticking to the agenda. Discussion. Ken?
I think that's great, except for there are times where we'll have like an informational meeting, and we've actually done it, is ask for more time, even though it was supposed to end after 45 minutes, because that particular group of people had a lot of questions and a lot at stake. So if they ask for more time, you give them more time.
People agree with that, is that unacceptable?
So it's not a commandment, you know what I mean, but it's a good habit to finish. It's always a good habit to finish on time.
So what happens if you're the only one who wants to spend more time?
Well, no, it's not up to me to spend more time on it. It's the public.
Got it. Thank you. I just, by the way, my job is to tease this out.
I was just going to say, this has been an issue over many, many years for us, where when folks aren't happy with the feedback, the comments get repetitive, and I'm speaking now from the public, and they're sort of like reframing the same thing over and over again. And you know, we've always been very respectful and had meetings go till 10 o'clock or later because we have allowed that to continue. A challenge, I think, is how do we end the debate when it becomes repetitive, when we value what the public has to say, and we do value it, and we have always been respectful of it and have not cut people off. So that's a challenge that I think we've had a long time, and I speak now from not just the West River Board, but from the previous Leland Gray Board as well.
Okay.
So for you.
So there's realities of it as well. I'm just reading the room to be able to say, like, yeah, we need, like, our norm of being responsive to the community is going to trump our stay on task and end on time. And when you have that committee work, if I made some guesses about what the communities might be based on the feedback of the surveys you did, that I think one of those will be about communication. So maybe there is this space where you go, okay, we have to end because it's 10 o'clock at night or what have you, but the committee has created a way to keep gathering that feedback, whether it's a survey or an online source or a web block, an IRL or something. So like those are some good things to think about. So what I hear is we start and end on time and stick to the agenda, but we know we have to be flexible and responsive to the community. Any other discussion about this one? Yeah.
I'd also just say that we have in the past, and I assume we'll continue to do it, have an item on the agenda that says we can change the agenda at a specific time in the meeting. So I have no problem with sticking to the agenda, especially because we can modify the agenda if something happens. We have to be very careful about modifying the agenda, because we haven't notified the public.
And you might have the intention to have a work plan for a year.
Yeah.
As things come up.
But that's the
And you
flexibility.
don't know who's going to walk in, so what might happen. All right, let's do a fist of five on this norm with the pieces underneath it. Norm will be flexible, so I'm going to put flexibility here too. How are you feeling on fist of five? Fist to five. Having one of your norms be sticking to the agenda, starting and ending on time. So you can just give me a hand. All right, fives and fours, awesome. Okay. I'm going to write flexible just so we make sure we have. We have our first norm. We're going to wait on that one. Okay. Focusing on the mission and our children as our goals. Thoughts about this?
I wouldn't mind if you added the taxpayers to it too.
It's in the mission.
It is.
Right, well, that's,
So children.
Yeah.
Okay, as stakeholders. Okay.
yep.
I think for me, this is the most important thing. And I think I probably have two of those up there about mission and children. And I think it's one of those things that we forget from time to time during meetings is why we're here. And it's those little kids running around the halls that we're trying to give the best education possible. So it's my passion.
I feel like I've actually found it interesting when, whether it's, I don't think any, oh no, someone must have done it, or members of the public bring their kids for, just whatever reason. That helps me remember why we're there. There are definitely times where you're sitting there and you're like, if you could just stop making that noise, but it helps, it makes you remember, well, this is why we're all here. This is, whether they're too young to be in the school or they're of age or whatever it is, and it's interesting to watch the different ages that come. It sort of helps me focus at times on just what we're all doing in that room at that time.
Do you have your mission posted at the beginning of your meetings, like on the screen, or do you read it aloud as you start? Might be something to think about.
Great.
Not everyone's
We should
walking
have our
in.
mission on every agenda.
I would also say that as a group, keeping our,
I could stop and say, I have one person talking right now, so I'm going to make sure we're listening to Lindsay right now.
keeping our focus on the mission, sort of similar to what I said about goal-oriented, is how we get there is going to be different, but we all have to understand we're working towards a good thing here. And as long as we can all agree that this end product that we're trying to achieve is really what's best, then we can hash out how to get there. And we won't necessarily agree all the time, but knowing that we're trying to do the same thing, we're all in the same boat, we're all doing this together, that's our goal. I feel like we'll help with all of those other things.
Awesome. Let's go fist to five, and I'll see how we're doing here. Fist to five on focusing on the mission of children and our stakeholders of what we're doing. think about how that looks. Sounds like I'll be champion good for us. Be prepared and present during meetings. Any further discussion or ideas about this one? Do your homework. Ready. Busy, busy lives, and that's challenging. To me, that would be too, like you need lead time, you get your work before, more than 48 hours before, if there's a lead time.
I think something that I've definitely struggled with in meetings as far as being prepared is I definitely read all of the, literature and everything that we're given. One of the things that I've struggled with though is the history. There definitely are times where we'll come into a meeting and something's being discussed and I'm like, I have no context other than this meeting and this document or whatever. And sometimes I'm hesitant to bring it up in a meeting because I'm like, I don't want to be that person that drags up 5 years worth of, or whatever it is. Sometimes I definitely have struggled with that. I can't come up with a specific instance right now, but there are definitely times that I moved to this area 5 years ago. So there's also that piece of it that I'm like, I didn't go to school here. I don't know exactly. I don't have the perspective of somebody who graduated from one of these schools to be able to say, oh, but how we used to do it was this way. And I think in some ways that's good, but there have definitely been just some historical instances that have come up, and I'm like, everybody clearly knows some type of history that I don't, so this sounds like an okay thing to vote on.
No, I think that's a really interesting point. So it would be helpful if issues that come up that you might anticipate, knowing some background, that could be some pre-work that could be prepared. Just some bullet point things.
And I know I have a big map.
No, but like
I make the conscious decision
we're
to open it.
we're going to have on the agenda financially supporting during the budget Journey East, right? Mm-hmm. So that could be the time to say, hey, it would be really helpful to have what is Journey East?
Right.
When did it start? Can you just give us a little debrief? That your point is really helpful for me. Just as when Joe and I get together as the chair and superintendent to make an agenda, that's a great just agenda building thing for me to think about as the new board comes together. Would it be valuable to have some?
And also, not just for us as board members, but there's plenty of the public who's
Exactly.
watching the video or at the meetings who don't necessarily have the background.
That's really.
And they won't know one way or another. They'll be like, well, that's a good what's the money? But if they had known, then they might have
Yeah.
So part of having this norm, like being prepared in customary meetings, is subsidiary to that, is that background, who's ever preparing a topic, gives you the background information and the history, the oral history of, right? Because we're all guilty of this, but like we have the oral history of how we've always done things. And it's really good information for you to have because it allows you all to make a better decision as a board.
Bring up another good point that may not fall in here, but being comfortable. I think everybody should be comfortable to bring up things, and that might be part of the listening or respect. Or if it's kind of saddens me that if somebody doesn't feel comfortable to bring something up, it might be important to the rest of the group.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that point is incredibly important.
Within this would also be attendance, regularly attending meetings. I don't know how you monitor that. That's how you get to do that. Make our meetings really interesting. Are we prepared to go to a fist to five about this norm? Which will be about being present, getting background information, attending, being present and engaged, but then also getting background information. And then being present and engaged might be in the other as well. Fist to five? Oh, we got you. Hey, awesome. Almost all trained. I like how some people are like, I don't know. So I'm hearing a lot about effective communication. It's kind of what I just came up with the title, effective communication, being respectful, being comfortable to share and ask questions, respecting others' opinions, making sure that we keep this from being about topics, not personal, being part of a board that represents many towns, not just our own. Looks like. Following Robert's rules.
And part of being comfortable is that if you do bring up something, that it's receptive. You know, it's not, oh God. And that's all of our work, you know. As we begin our work together, it'll be important to be patient, you know.
And that body language is a big thing. I'm going to kind of put these together a little bit, but because I'm going to put this in the community place. Sorry, not touching that one yet. Okay. How are we feeling about this? Bill?
Just a clarifying question. I saw a couple stickers up there about hearing all voices. And so, I don't know if it would fit there. And I don't want people to feel like they have to talk if they don't want to talk.
Right.
But we need to make it comfortable for people to talk. I don't know how that fits. We have 11 members of the board. They're all elected officials. They all have important viewpoints and context that are going to allow our system to grow. And I just want to make sure that we are creating a culture where those voices are encouraged and celebrated and respectfully listened to. So I don't know exactly what that means. It's just, I think that's extremely important.
So you're not going to, because all of these tags right here, talking about respectful and listening and making sure your participation. So I think this is going to be much better than a huge one for you. And again, I'm going to stop on this point. It's everyone's responsibility on the team, on the board, to reinforce those norms and to help everyone remember how to be respectful and how to listen well. And make sure that we are, again, being productive and effective as a board, accomplishing your goals, and working well together, which is the purpose. Yes?
Can I just follow up briefly on what Bill was just saying? So I wrote something, I can't remember what I wrote, but I wrote something about how people should speak. And the last thing I want any board member to feel is forced to share when they're not comfortable sharing, right? So that I don't want that. I've experienced that many times in my life where being forced to share something that I didn't want to share when I prefer to do it on my own time and when I'm ready. And I want our board to feel comfortable with that. On the other hand, we're elected officials and we have a responsibility to share our opinion and to question what's going on. So there's that dynamic between the two sides of that where I don't want to infringe on someone's personal feelings but I also think that we as elected officials have to contribute to meetings. So I was going to temper what I said, which was, a lengthier one with if they're comfortable, they should feel free. But I actually think that we can't always wait until we're comfortable. That we actually have to share and question things even when we're a little uncomfortable. And this is not at all reflective of what you were saying. I actually, when I was writing what I wrote there, it was more thinking about, we hear from people like me a lot more often at a meeting than some other people. And I really want to hear from others at a meeting. So I'm not sure how to address that dynamic between the two ends of that, but I do think that we should recognize, or I hope that the board will recognize, that we all have the responsibility to contribute.
I agree with what you said, but I think you shouldn't feel discomfort as a result of the board dynamic. I think that's, so yes, whether you're willing to share or not, totally up to you. But having that comfort level not be as a result of any feelings about the board, like they're going to shout me down or something like that.
That's great.
Thank you. So that's where I was going to piece those two apart. And so when we move into decisioning, and what this norm is really talking about is that the actions of the board members make it safe for everyone to have a way to contribute and to share in the discussion. And they don't feel overrun, they feel like they've had time to voice their opinion, whether it's different or the same. And then when we talk about decision making, this is what I hear Emily saying is you have responsibilities as part of your charge as a board member to bring up the things. And it's your responsibility also to give dissent if you need to give dissent. Mike, any thought?
Just to go on with what these guys are saying, I think that would also, if more people were comfortable saying their opinions, it could also help our deliberative process, and I actually put that into my questionnaire response, because that's one of the criticisms I've heard, is especially like the contentious issues, people feel, some people have vocalized to me that they feel like some issues were predetermined before the meeting, right? And when you see consistent 7-4 votes, so there's, one view has more support on the board than the other, but that's why if everybody felt like they could weigh in on things, even just to give an indication of how you're leaning, then people would be able to work with that. More people from the public or other board members might be able to spring off of that and, find common ground.
So, I'm going to recast what you said. So what I think I hear you saying is if this is effective, and I think I'm seeing this, if this is effective and respectful communication amongst your board members, when you get to decision making, you will at least feel like your voice was heard and that you represented what you needed to before that decision was made. Not necessarily, I would do it. Yeah. Is that what I'm hearing you say, Mike?
Well, I was really just saying just strengthen our deliberative process.
All right, so before we jump into decisions, go ahead.
Just to add to that, one other thing that everybody should kind of keep in the front of their mind, that we're listening, we should be listening to each other to actually understand what the other one's feeling and trying to get across, instead of listening just enough to have a good rebuttal. Because there's definitely some of that goes on. And anyway, so putting that there.
I love that point. Tom Peters, business guru, before every presentation, he writes one word on his end. It's listen, because he's a bad listener. So I think, and the way he describes active listening is if you actively listen and have a discourse with somebody, you are exhausted at the end of it because you've spent so much time and focus on engaging and back and forth.
All right, so I'm going to do a fist of 5 about effective communication, listening, and respectful communication within the board. Fist to 5. Awesome. Okay, the next one, public communication and responsiveness. I think this is, we listened to our, what I heard was you're listening to the public, you're making sure that there's an opportunity, that might be committee work, figure out exactly what that looks like. But that, while you're also keeping this mission in mind, this is part of it too, making sure you're responsive to the public. Is there more thoughts about this? Any more thoughts about this, I should say? And that may fit into the norms or may not, or maybe.
What are the two last things?
Listen to the public, always bring comments and questions respectfully and positively. And then there was one more about the public up here that I got next in there, which was about voices being heard.
Well, we work for the public. So if we work for the public and the public has an opinion, regardless of what we think is best, what's best is what the public wants because they're the ones who put you here.
Other thoughts on that? Sure.
I think it depends on the topic. When we talk about respecting the opinion of the public, there's a lot of members of the public that, like Joe said, are not present in meetings. There's a lot of members of the public that have not had the opportunity to review the documentation, the history. So respecting the public is, in a lot of ways, respecting the position you were put here to do, which is to do your homework, understand the topic, do the research, history, and make an informed decision that meets our mission. That's respecting the public, not necessarily walking out polling 10 people that are unengaged and coming up with the majority. I think there's a difference in, you know, respecting the public from just a quantity perspective versus respecting the public by being engaged as a board member and making decisions that are thoughtful.
Other thoughts?
To go with that, and the communication piece, because we are the ones that have the information, if the public, if the people with the information have a vastly different opinion than the people without the information, then we're doing a really crappy job of getting the information out. Because if the idea is that everybody has the information and can make a better choice, or at least a more informed choice, then maybe we need to additionally focus on that to
I would second that.
round that out.
So adding on that, I would go back to what Mike talked about earlier, is learning from our first year of working together and communicating with the public and moving forward and enhancing that communication so that when decisions are made, we can feel confident that we have done an improved job of communicating with the public, no matter what that decision is, but getting farther down that path of communicating with the public. And then additionally, I just want to say, we're in a time of great change. And so achieving the mission, I and my colleagues will be presenting opportunities and options for you guys that are going to look different than what has been currently done. And that may be received in multiple ways by the public. So you should be prepared that not everything that you're going to be deliberating is going to be seen as 100% for or 100% against. And so that's just going to be part of the process.
Yeah, and I was just going to follow up on that, saying that it doesn't matter how hard or well or engaged with the public you are, how hard you listen to them, how well you listen to them, how engaged with the public you are, you will never make everybody in the public happy. And we have to come to an understanding that we have been, I think it would be helpful if we came to an understanding that we have been elected to do what was described over here as doing our research and, you know, following our mission and our goals and our values and making the hard decisions that sometimes people are going to be unhappy about. And because we do know that no matter how many people show up, there are always people out there with a different opinion about it. And it's a really hard thing to do, represent the public. And we should really come to an understanding of that as a board, because otherwise, how do we operate? You know, I just, it's really tough.
Incredibly challenging. Decisions as a volunteer board with so much responsibility.
Because you want to make everyone happy, and you can't.
No. Nope. So what I think I'm going to do, with your permission, is I'm actually going to see this as a value rather than a norm. And I'm going to place that inside one of your committees to really figure out how you the practicality of how you are going to procedurally deal with giving that feedback, making sure you're respectful. And it might be that if the connection of listening respectfully is also to the members who come in front of you, which I'm assuming you do. But the responsibilities and the goods and the bads of being a board member sounds like that's also part of what the work you have to do. It's not necessarily a norm, but I understand that. Is that fair?
It is. I just want to say one more thing about
Go
this.
ahead.
We actually have a policy on, someone needs to help me, maybe Ken, on engaging the public.
Oh, great.
Right? Pretty sure we have a policy on engaging the public. And
I don't think we've got through that one because it's not mandatory.
I think it's right.
Okay. So if you have a policy, or if you do or do not,
Well, it's at least at board meetings.
great, great. So that can be part of policy committee to review
warned
that,
it,
but part of committee.
And the reason I bring it up is not because that this is valuable, but I'm wondering how policy fits into this and all of that. So policy procedures, what are norms? See what I'm saying? We operate by policy.
Got it. So
Just wanted to bring it up.
I want to clarify that norms are for your communication amongst your team. It's how you are operating as a board, as a team. And then your policies and procedures are what you do with the public and how you make that work. But this is ensuring that you are focused, you're prepared when you get there, you're present, you're listening and respectfully making decisions together. You're doing your best to stay on time. I also know I'm off schedule right now, but we will make up for it. I'm built in. And then these are the norms that you're acting to be the most effective board you can be. And the policies and the procedures and the budget and everything else is going to be your work, but this is your core of what you believe you need to do to communicate well and be effective. So let's jump into decisions. So, decision making. If, as a norm, everyone is listened to, there's effective debate. I don't know if you have places within your meetings that you are allowed to say, I would like to table this agenda item until next meeting because I need time to think, or I want to gather more information, or I don't know if that's part of your procedures. I thought so.
The
Okay.
motion might fail before we do that.
What's that?
The motion might fail, but you can make it.
Yeah, and just say, I want to come back to it. I mean, that's sometimes we need that think time. So if you are doing this well, if you are establishing your norms, you're communicating well, and you go to make decisions, what's happening here? Because I hear some debate. I've heard some sticky notes up here say, once we make a decision, move forward. I've heard, I'll just read it to you, I don't have to hear. Move forward. Once the decision is made by the board, respect and honor that decision. Once the decision has been agreed upon, support it in public and move forward. Accepting that this is one board and we all represent all towns and are only one of us, not just one resided. So I apologize, Ken, I put the personal thing in there, that wasn't up there. That was my own editorial, I don't know why that happened. So please, discussion. I could say fist to 5 and we could find out pretty quickly where we're at.
So I think so I'll relate this to our work as a leadership team. I think the challenge is when you debate and you come to a decision, but fundamentally you disagreed with the decision. You know, you debated against the majority that won. Where's your place? Where's your place as an individual? Where's your place as a member of the board? Where's your place going forward as a team? And I think it's an incredibly valuable conversation to have because it's important to know that, you know, and I think everybody here needs to understand what that feels like. But I think that is the fundamental point, that how do I remain, I completely argued for a decision that went the opposite way, but I want to be a member of the team and I want to move forward. What does that look like?
I would also say, following that, well, someone mentioned 7-4 or whatever votes consistently. Those votes, when you see them that way, you're interpreting just the vote itself, but no one realizes the effort someone may have gone through to get to yes or no. You see what I'm saying? So there's very different degrees of what those votes are, and there's an awful lot behind each one of those votes as individuals here. And so regardless of whether the votes are consistent or not, you can't make a judgment about, someone said something about, I think it was you might mention about predetermined.
Yeah.
That the public assumes, you know, sometimes that these votes are predetermined, but I've never talked out, you know, I've never made a decision outside of a board meeting on something. I've certainly done a lot of review outside of a board meeting, you know, items and documents. But it's really important for us to recognize that we all have different degrees of yes and no.
Really follow through this.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. That's mine.
All right, let's just jump into this. I actually find this quite offensive. And the reason I find it quite offensive is, like Emily said, we are elected public officials, so we are not employees of the school district. And as elected public officials, we retain our First Amendment rights to free speech. This is very settled case law, starting in 1966 with Bond versus Floyd, which specifically retains board or governing bodies from penalizing members for exercising their right of free speech on local or national political matters. So we really, in my view, the board really can't or shouldn't have a norm or a policy that circumvents First Amendment protections given to all citizens. They even, you know, in that Bond decision, they even say how, you know, the state basically argued that they were justified in asking for higher standard of loyalties from its members than from citizens. You know, And they were rejected on that, and they said that the board or government can't have policies that limit the members' capacity to discuss their views in public. You know, so, I mean, that's the first part.
So I'm going to interject real quick, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Because I think I'm hearing something that maybe is about wording right now.
Right.
So I said personal, that's on me, I apologize, I should have said personal, it's public. But is the intention of this, because this may change how we do this, is the intention that once you've made a decision as a board, like the next agenda, it doesn't get brought up again in public, and it doesn't get brought up again in public? It's not that is that the intention of this? Or is the intention that you have to comply?
It seems like it's to quench dissent, is what it seems like.
So maybe we need to present it a little bit differently, because if I'm correct in its wording that the spirit of this is, man, we made a vote, we did all this work, we did our background knowledge, we listened respectfully, everyone had a discussion. In April, we made this decision that everyone has to eat corn on Tuesdays, like, you know, whatever it is. Don't bring it up next month again, because we don't want to talk about it. We don't need to talk about it again. We don't need to keep slowing down the work of the board. Is that, I don't know why corn came up.
I don't think
No idea.
that's happening. I don't think that's happening.
Okay.
Once a decision's made, it's made. Unless, of course, the public comes in with petition,
And then it's a different public responsibility.
then it's brought up by the public, not by the board members.
Okay, so I'm making sure that I'm not editorializing this like I already did, and apparently I want to eat corn a lot, I don't know where that came from. But like, what is the spirit of this? What, for those who wrote this about decision-making and moving forward, is the spirit we've made a decision and we need to be more productive about our time and not have this come up once we've had that? Is this the spirit of it that we had this discussion but my voice wasn't heard respectfully? Or is this, the decision was made and I don't like it, so I'm going to bring it up every time?
Well, I'll give you a perfect example, okay? I got a standard. Bill knows this standard, he's dealt with it for years, which is if you come to me with a budget that's higher than last year's COLA,
Okay,
I'm against it.
okay,
Period. I don't care what you're offering, I'm against it.
okay.
Because that's
Very
my,
consistent.
that's my norm.
Okay, so let me, Ken, use you as an example with permission. So this is how you feel. You get a budget in front of you, and you're probably on the budget committee, you've seen it, but like it comes and you say absolutely not. Then the board has a respectful dialogue, they discuss everything, every voice is heard, they take the time, you community feedback, and then they vote that budget that you didn't want. Is that okay?
Then if somebody says to me,
Yeah?
why did you guys pass this ridiculous budget? Or, oh, that was a great budget. I said, well, the board felt it was the best budget.
And you're allowed to have that public a different opinion, aren't you?
I'm allowed to have, and I am allowed to have a different opinion.
But you're not gonna bring it up again and bring that budget up every month
No,
for eternity, right?
nope.
Is that the scenario?
That is a very true scenario.
Nor do you then come to a meeting,
Very true scenario.
nor do you then come to a meeting and as a board member on a voted budget, encourage the public then to go vote that budget down because you didn't support
That's a
it.
settled issue.
You know,
That's a
the
very-
board has made its decision, the board is supporting the budget. Personally, you don't support the budget, go back to what you learned when you were a kid about if you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all, maybe. You know, it's like, that's the board's decision. I didn't support it, but that's as far as you need to go. You don't need to then actively campaign against the board decision once the board has made a decision.
Okay, so let's talk more about that, because that's a new spin on this theme. Seems like a big concern for someone. Mike, I just want to go back to Mike, because I feel like I may have cut you off from what you were saying. I didn't mean to do that.
That's a double-edged sword, though.
Right, well, and I was also going to point out that it's not in the VSBA board member ethic policy. It's not in the NEA or Vermont NEA board member policy. It's not in the statutes of board powers to take away, First Amendment rights. And there, in this document on municipal life from the Vermont Secretary of State, there's 4 pages of ethics for board members, and this does not show up there. So it's not even really a standard.
What doesn't show up there? Can you?
The part about once a decision has been made, that everybody must move forward and support it publicly and privately.
And let me clarify again, like I cast that the wrong way, it was not public, it wasn't privately. I'm hearing that First Amendment, I gotcha, I misspoke, but publicly, I hear it's not necessarily about how you speak in public, it's about when you bring it back, the board needs to be productive and effective. In order to do that, once a decision is made, like making sure like you're respectful of the agenda, your voice has been heard. Am I correct? Because I hear what you're saying, but I think that we started off on the wrong interpretation of it.
I think it may also help to say that goes for board members and for the public. Similarly, if the public wants to show up and say, we want to rehash this 78 times, then I think it's fair for us to say, we voted, we made a decision, we're not going to revisit this until we have additional information that changes things. Maybe we'll have an evaluation time or whatever it is, but nothing has changed in 1 month that's going to change all of the background research that everyone's done and the discussions that everybody's had and how everyone got to where they got. It isn't changed. So whether it's a board member or the public or whatever, if a decision is made, there's a lot that was behind that. Let's not revisit it over and over unless we have an actual reason to, like something changed or we have more information now than we ever had before.
No, that's fine, but the board still doesn't have the right to take away somebody's First Amendment right.
I don't think. I think
That-
I
but that's
agree with you. I agree that
We all agree
privately
with
we
that.
all are our own humans. We can all say anything we want to say when we want to say it. I hope we can be nice, but you're not required to be. That's on you. I think if people hate you as a board member, they won't reelect you.
Right, that's who you're responsible
And-
for.
And similarly, I think I don't think we can mandate everyone being nice, but I mean, hey, let's all be nice. You know, like I wrote that. We should be nice.
So part of what I hear too, Joe saying is like, that's what the productivity of the board and the effectiveness of the board. Drew, go ahead. Correct.
I think as we make decisions, maybe as part of the decision, we should set ourselves a timeline to revisit the decision. So, to use a real example, we decided to have a change our school lunch program. And maybe we should have at the time said, we are going to implement this new lunch program and we are going to evaluate this program 12 months from now. And by saying that, we all agree that we are not going to revisit this or evaluate it until that period of time. Because evaluating the school lunch program on week 1 at our next board meeting is pointless. There's nothing to evaluate. So that's really, I think, what we're trying to get at is we've made a decision, and absolutely as board members we're responsible for evaluating those decisions, but there's a time period. We must let the decision be implemented. We must give the administration and the schools and the staff time to do the task that we assigned them or gave them before we can evaluate it. So maybe with our decisions is a thoughtful timeline before evaluating that decision. And we agree that we're not going to bring this up to another board meeting until.
Yeah, we actually started that discussion. No, I was just going to say, it was one of the things we brought up at one of our last regular meetings, that talking about one of the decisions we had made and when we're going to review. So this is even more deliberative, and because the decision is made when you make the decision on the timeline of that.
So I'm wondering if paired with that, if it would be acceptable to respect First Amendment rights, where this norm would address not only part of an evaluation, but that it's simply that the board deliberated, the board decided we're evaluating it on X. I personally voted against the decision. Would that feel like you could retain your freedom of your First Amendment rights to be able to be public? I disagreed, but the board voted and we're going to be evaluating in 12 months and I look forward to that evaluation. Something like that. Does that feel, going back to our original one of listening, respectful, and creating it comfortable, does that feel comfortable or is that not going far enough?
I mean, that's a good start, but maybe we amend the norm to say something like the board norms or policies can't violate the law or constitutional protections afforded to its members. Something along those lines, just because the board, we're responsible to our constituents, and I actually am all for having better, smoother running meetings, friendlier meetings. That's great, but at the end of the day, that's something that's very important. So that needs to be respected.
Yeah, not at the cost of that.
Right.
Can I chime in for a second? Because I like where this is going. Which is, first off, I think the revisiting thing, like you say, the lunch program, the 6th grade, whatever it is, I don't care what you're talking about. If we implement something, if we're gonna be responsible board members, we should revisit it.
We should.
At a certain period down the line to see if it's actually working. Because if we implement things and they don't work and we keep doing the wrong thing,
Yeah.
we're not helping the kids that we're here to help. And that's what we need to do. We should be and the thing is, we can't say everything that we put into play 12 months down the line, we need to revisit. Because once we do that, then you're setting yourself up for a liability. It should be the responsibility of the board members to say, Joe, you're the chair. A couple of months, can you make sure we review this? And make that your little pet peeve of how to pester Joe on his, off time. Hey, Joe, this year's, that year for the lunch program's coming up, can we review that in the next couple of months? Can you keep that, open for a little time to review that?
I'm kind of wondering if, rather than having this as a separate norm, that this really falls into this piece, that agenda items come back to reevaluate, or revisit decisions, not reevaluate. Maybe that's votes? Is that part of it, or is that too procedural? Go ahead, Emily, I can see your faces.
I can answer that in a minute, but I just want to say, I guess it takes me back a little bit that this feels like an infringement on our First Amendment rights, because that is far from what I believe than you could possibly imagine. My belief, though, is that there is a time for that expression of support or question or dissent. And then we, as a board, because we need to operate as a board and function, once we've gone through that whole thing, then we have to make a decision, however difficult that is or however split that is, and then we need to find a way to move on. The conversation around the way to move on is what I'm talking about, and in no place in moving on is that, in my mind, a reflection that we should stifle dissent. So, I mean, that's the last thing I want to do is stifle dissent or stifle even opinion of any way. But as a board, we need to function and operate and move, and we haven't always done that really well so far. And so I guess that's where I'm struggling with even sticking it into the agenda sort of thing, because I think this is something that we need to flesh out a little bit more, so that we're all comfortable with the last thing we want to do is stifle opinion or dissent, but that we also need to function and agree to function effectively for our public that we represent. And we don't do it effectively if we're always having that disagreement about what happens after we make a decision. So I love the idea of having a timeline for revisiting. In fact, I don't think we've ever had a decision that we haven't had a process for timeline in some way, but it hasn't been quite as specific as Drew had mentioned. Like, when we make the decision, we will revisit it at such and such a date. I love that idea. I think that helps to help us move on and know that we're going to revisit it, but I still think there's some maybe disagreement around what happens once a decision has been made, and I don't want anyone to feel like they haven't been heard. And how do you address it when you go to the public? Joe mentioned something about going out to the public and saying, vote no on our budget. That's, I think that's something we should discuss, because if a board has made a decision to support a budget and put it out there for the public to decide how to vote, and if we actually had a divided board actually advocating one way or another, and I don't mean just no, I mean yes too. I don't think we should actually go out and advocate yes either. I think we should go out and advocate for the decision that we have made to put this budget in front of you, and here's all the information that we want you to have so you can decide whether this works for you. And so yes or no, either way, I think we've got a problem if we're individually going out and advocating for a vote one way or another. We do have to support what we voted for. So I'm not gonna go out and tell someone when I have supported the budget or our board has supported the budget, I'm not gonna go out and say, you know, I want you to vote yes on this. But I am gonna go out and say, I supported this because. So how do we get to the place where I didn't support this because? And what does that look like? That's all I'm saying. I think that we still have.
Has that been an issue about people going,
I don't know, I'm just repeating what, you know.
I'm not aware of it being an issue. So.
I used it as an example.
Right, it's a good,
but
it's a
there
great
could be
example.
any.
Yeah, you're right, there could be any decision.
I just used that one.
No, yeah, well, we did have a board member on camera publicly state, vote no for this budget. I encourage you to go out and vote this budget down with our last budget. That happened. You know, but yeah, I think any time you, as a board member, you know, I don't think you should advocate against the decision of the board, even if it wasn't a decision that you supported. The larger body has decided, and now, as a board member, part of your work is to move that board's work forward, even if it wasn't necessarily work you agreed with.
But that's a very debatable position, right? And you're totally in your right to have that opinion, but people can have other opinions.
I don't think you necessarily have to speak for the, you know, you don't ever have to say, I now agree with this decision. You can hold your personal opinion, but I don't think you should try and hamper that decision either, you know, because then if once the board has decided to do something that as a board, we're not sort of unified as a board, and we have pockets of, well, I didn't support that, so I'm not gonna, you know, help with this, or I'm not gonna, you know, I think it makes us not, you know, it makes us weaker as a board if we're not gonna move forward as a group.
The word advocate is something that I think we need to think about, because when we're talking about advocating, that's different than we're talking about explaining a decision that was made, right? There's two different levels of it, and so advocating for or against is different than just saying, here's my opinion, I didn't support this decision and here's why, but the board did support this decision and here's why. That's not advocating one way or another, that's explaining.
Yeah, just one quick example that I can think of. The board makes the decision that we're going to change all of our school colors to purple, just for whatever reason, and the building committee is now tasked with working with the administration to get RFPs out to paint all of our buildings purple. I chaired the building committee and I was not for that particular project, but now it's been tasked to the building committee to work with the administration to put out the RFP. You can't then undermine that decision, because that was the board's decision as a whole, even though maybe the committee or maybe those people that have been tasked with it, that wasn't really the way they voted. And that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about agreeing with it, we're talking about agreeing to move forward with the work of the board. So we have made a decision, as silly as it is to paint the buildings purple, that was the decision we made, and now we all must work to get the work of the board done. And if that work is, again, changing our class structure, or educational procedures, or a food program, we have agreed to that decision and the work of the board. Now, all of our work is to make it successful. It's not to undermine that work. And that's really what we're getting at. We don't have to agree with it, but we have to do the work of the board and whatever tasks are associated with that once we've made that decision.
It's our job.
That's our job.
Well, and I would say, taking it full circle, a perfect example of that is Ken's example of voting against like a WCSU budget that's above the COLA. He will stay firm to that decision, but he will support the work after that budget is passed to make sure that he is supporting efficient operations to work within the budget that was supported. And if a director of operations is part of that budget, Ken is looking for ways to support that position that was part of that budget. So I mean, I think that's a perfect example for that. And then if I could, just one 30-second thing, I just wanted to point out that Mike was a perfect example of 3 of your norms, because he was focused on the mission of the children and the stakeholders. He did all of his homework, right? He came prepared in a very thoughtful way. He didn't hijack your agenda. He clarified when it was going to be appropriate to talk about it, and then he laid out in a very succinct way, very respectfully, his point that allowed us to have a respectful conversation. So I feel awesome, and we're only 90 minutes in.
I agree, and I think everyone has been very active in listening and participating and respectful and enjoying the conversation. I think the moving forward piece, there's way more clarity than when we started about decision making. It's really about moving forward. If we're going to paint everything purple and Drew wanted blue, he's not going to destroy the RFPs and make sure that process gets slowed down, or that he's going to, maybe he will say this color's terrible, but he's going to support the board by not getting in the way of that once that decision's made. He's not going to bring his color palette to every board meeting and talk about how green makes you feel better. Kind of that's and then moves.
But he's also not restricted from saying, you know what, I didn't like the purple, but my job as the building chair is to make the same.
Right. And my amendment of when you say you don't have anything nice to say is that you're not trying hard enough. So, may I add some information around moving forward, being productive and moving forward as a board once decisions are made, moving forward. And that could be, it shows up on the agenda later for discussion, evaluation. It could mean first speech, first amendment out there, but having that be either its own norm or part of effective communication. Go ahead.
I think you could maybe even put it in be present during meetings. Because if you're back here 3 meetings ago, you're not present in what we're doing right now.
Good point.
This is what we're doing right now.
And if you don't show up for the meetings, you can't bring it up 3 months later and be like, oh, I have this thing, right?
Yeah, if you didn't show up to the meeting that it was discussed, then you basically forfeited.
Yeah, when does purple thing come up in?
I mean, it's my least favorite.
What is RFP, request for purple?
Yes.
Request for purple.
That's good.
So I would some sort of way to say moving forward once decisions are made.
That respects.
Individual opinions, and it's public, but you still have that, but that we are, because the goal is to be productive and effective to reach our mission as a board. Okay. What a wonderful discussion. It's already showing me how well you communicate and that you are showing respect for one another and able to have dissent and hash out details. Because I made assumptions going, right, when I read post-its. Fist to 5 about some sort of wordsmithing of moving forward.
That's not enough.
What is that?
That's amends.
What are you, Caesar?
I just want to say you've moved me a little because I was going to do 2 fists and I gave you 2 fingers. So
I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you. So, two reservations. Well, that's something I think too will come up to work. I'm going to propose a break, 10 to 15 minutes. Let's say 11:15 on that clock up there, and then I'm going to turn it over to Joe, and I'm going to amend my time, Joe, so I don't cut into yours.
That's fine.
Cool. Okay.
I do not.
Thank you. Just figure while we're here, while we're doing it. All right, so next on the agenda, Joe was going to talk with you about accomplishments so far. And just thinking about the snapshot and this great discussion we just had about, like, this is all the work you've done so far, and maybe it will show up on your agenda again. Like, it's some of these items are like, oh, we want to make sure with this new food service program, we get that on our agenda later. Tying our threads together here. But Joe, I'm going to let you take this part forward.
Thanks.
Before we move into values.
Thank you. So, it was really actually kind of fun to look back and think about what we accomplished in our first, in our time before we became operational and everything. And, we've done a lot when we start thinking about it, and there may be things I've missed, and I'll certainly look for input after. But we've first and foremost successfully navigated the transition under Act 46, and there have been a lot of challenges that we've worked through, and we've done it. We have responded to community requests for choice in the district and implemented that, and we've seen that, move forward and be utilized. We've created a true middle school, and are watching that happen. We've expanded pre-K to all the schools, not physically, but the access to that pre-K. We have implemented the universal food program, so we are feeding every child in every building. 2 meals a day. And I have heard good things about the food quality. I'm sure there are hiccups, but they'll work it out. We have a principals advisory committee in every building. We piloted it, and now we have it in every building. And I think we'll be hearing, that's one of those lines of communication that we've tried to open, and I think we'll build on that this year. As a member of the WCSU board, we were a positive voice for the director of operations. We've got one, and we are using that position heavily. Just asking. And lastly, and this sort of feeds into our next discussion, for me, this feeds into our next discussion as well. At our last retreat, we spent a lot of time developing our values, and I like to think that as we went through the things that we did, we looked back at those values. I know I did. They're posted at every meeting. They're actually in the packet here because we're going to look at them again a little bit. But, I'm proud of the fact that we developed that, we thought about that, and then looked at that as we move forward. So, if there's anything else that we want to pat ourselves on the back for, now's the time. And congratulations and thank you to all of you. We have done a lot, and there's more to do, and I look forward to doing it. And I look forward to working with you to get it done. We did pass a budget.
Eventually.
That actually is part of the hiccup of Act 46, because there was confusion about how the budget, we passed a budget like nobody's ever done before. Two-piece, budget with all kinds of different things. And, that's just another one of the things that we've navigated through successfully.
Yeah, well, thanks to the business office.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Because that was really much smoother than I anticipated. It was. I thought it was pretty much worse. It was pretty tough.
It was. Did I miss anything? Bill, Jen, board?
I kind of feel like, even if not everybody agrees with every decision, that we ought to be able as a board to be feeling pretty good about the big picture of things there. That's a lot of stuff.
It is.
We may not agree with every part of it, but overall, I think you gotta say, that's good work.
All right. So that's my piece.
Well, then, effective organizations celebrate their successes just as much as they probably take a moment to come back and say, what else we've done so we keep moving forward. Especially volunteer boards who have, I don't know if you, I'm sure your monetary reward is just an incentive. I know that you, doing this work as volunteers, you put yourself in front of the community. You sometimes anger your neighbors. You feel like you are, if you're the dissenting vote or the supporting vote, sometimes it feels like you're put in this, can't win, can't lose kind of thing. And it's just really important that, what I heard everything saying here too, is your organization is still focused, I took it down, your mission. Right? And you did that. So that's great. Thank you for sharing all that, John. Appreciate that.
My pleasure.
In your packets, you have, in your folders, you have a packet that is hopefully paper put together that has a group activity assessing our board values. And behind it are, Joe referred to your board values that you've established before. And there should be, we collated correctly, pre-K values, values K to 6, values 7 to 12, equity opportunities, and the second page for equity opportunities. So the activity we're going to do next, and I'll modify the times a bit, are that we're going to look at those, take a few minutes and look at your values that you've established. I think you know them pretty well, but you'll have a packet to refer to. And we're going to reshape those values into 3 different configurations. And because you are now West River, you have a pre-K to 5, a middle school, and high school. So those are the 3 configurations that I created. And you're going to take these values, and they may be the same, there may be some duplicates, there may be some more, and we're going to create our values under each of those grade configurations. So again, our work, the goal that we're doing today in this section is to, under the 3 configurations, pre-K to 5, which would be elementary, middle school and high school, determine your values as a board for each of those. Make sense what our outcome is going to be? Okay. So as an activity, I have the directions in front of you. Make sense? So you get to share your work and your values. We'll put those up. Does that make sense in general what we're going to do? And I'm going to walk you through what that activity looks like. Okay, so that's our outcome. So the first thing we're going to do, you're in a small group. You have your packet of values from last time, and you're going to brainstorm.
It's not going to happen.
Can't achieve it?
Just that one kid might not.
Right, because English 5 or English.
Oh, that I don't care about. No, I thought we were talking about.
I think we are all back. Thank you. Just to recap our directions at this point for what we're going to do next. I'm going to modify the times a little bit. So it looks like we have elementary, middle, and high school. So you are going to get together as your triad and decide who's going to be your presenter first, and the other two are visitors. So for my example, Al, Emily, and Mike were in a group, correct? And you were middle school? Is that correct?
We were K-8, 6th grade.
6th grade, okay, so middle school. So you would stay here, and let's say Al would be the first presenter. He would present. I'm going to modify it to have it be 6 minutes. I'll keep track and give you some warning. 4 people will be there asking questions, giving feedback. Al's going to take notes in some fashion, and then his group will come back. I'll say time's up or something. I don't know, exciting like that. And bring it back. Then Al and his group might make some changes or clarify some things on their poster. And then either Mike or Emily will be the next presenter. Go back out to the groups, repeat the process, come back until you've had a chance to see every poster and you've had a chance to present your poster. And that's the step 2. And once we're finished with all of that, then we're going to present our posters to the whole group. So if you didn't get to see the high school poster since your first round, you'll get a chance to see it again. As a whole. Any questions about what we're going to do, or steps? Are you ready?
Yep.
Go team. All right. Head to your poster and decide who's going to present, and then try to mix it up. Try to be with different people.
I don't care.
All right, Drew, Joe's going to present. I'll present first unless you really want to fight me for it. Yeah. Just side here. Good to see you. Super.
Okay, go ahead and start, please. We got 6 minutes.
So from my
That's 3 more weeks.
Something outside. I do not care. But I know that when everybody's done,
Mentioned that the bus routes, it's not necessarily vacay, so how to
Okay, let's head back to our original group, please. Finishing up, get back to your original group. Yes, just to grab your attention for just a second. You're back in your original groups, and yes, you're gathering feedback from what you just learned, but now you're going to have a project. So you're going to have about 5 to 10 minutes where you're actually going to create this poster for your group based on all the feedback you've gathered, the discussions you've had. You're about to create that values for your elementary, middle, or high school to present to the group. You might have it. It might be just perfect the way it is, or you might want to make some changes. So when you're ready, I will know your group is ready, and I see you peel off a poster off the wall and come in the middle. You're gonna be ready. Your own poster. Don't put it up.
I did by doing this, because we were actually not having a conversation around this, we were having it around this, but it was a similar conversation. And why they should be this, your choice and
I can't make you understand. I know you can ask a question.
That is a pretty on there now.
So the direction is grab your poster when you're ready. Looks like you are. You know it. gather around in a circle. Did I mess you up before right here? We'll do a semicircle. Do people want to sit rather than stand for a little bit? What's this, actually? I have an idea. You have an idea? I have an idea. Look at this. I know this. I was walking in and I lost my purse.
Okay, Bill.
What if we do this and we all gather around on this side? You can see them all at once. Perfect. We'll make it work. I don't need a screen. I don't need no whiteboard. All right. Okay, so if we're all on this side, our next step is we'll start on going right to left, and it's against everything. You're coordinating things. But so right to left? Oh, I guess so.
I like to think outside the box.
Yeah, it's good. It's in order. So I'm going to have the values pre-K to 5, and then 6 to 8, and then high school values present their work, and give you a second if you haven't had a chance to see the final product. Again, remember these are going home with, well, not home to Liz's house, home to my house and Liz's, and we're going to type these up, or work home. And these will be the draft that you'll see as a poster. I'll bring those back to you as drafts and you can decide. So, pre-K to 5, if you want to, elementary, give a quick overview, and
Just do it from there.
after you give your overview, I'm going to just ask for thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways.
So those values incorporate values from both the pre-K and the K1, or the two values. We took all our feedback and put it on the poster there, and then tried to incorporate it in there. So we added something. We added, outdoor play space for play-based education. We felt comfortable leaving the values as pre-K 5, while acknowledging that it's very different worlds with early education versus the older grades in there. But we didn't think we had to change the name necessarily of the document itself. We added some things about communication that we did based on feedback, and we still have. We had some discussion in the presentations about foreign language, that we had valued that, and the question is like, where does it fit and how does it look in there? I mean, does it start in 5th grade? Does it start in very low, or is that really more of a middle school value where we expose them to foreign language starting in 6th grade, and maybe they don't necessarily need foreign language added to the curriculum in pre-K 5? A question. Just where is that actually, does that actually belong? And then the other question that we had on ours was about location of the pre-K programs, and that's still a question. Obviously we still value that, but is it in all 3 buildings? Is it as it is now in 2 buildings with transportation? Is it centralized? I mean, we need to talk about location a little bit, but again, a question more, once we decide we value it, it's like, okay, do we value it everywhere, or how do we present it once we acknowledge we value it? So that's it.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Certainly.
So I see this poster up behind you in the boarding, and I'm a community member, and I walk in, and one of our pre-K values is food. So I'm wondering what that actually means.
Obviously that would be fleshed out to high quality, locally sourced, food. That would shorthand for us.
Okay.
Access to food for all. I mean, I think we're doing just that with our food program, and we continue to support that food program as it grows and changes.
And I'm being lighthearted.
Right, I understand, but we should probably put more words in. That's short.
Right. So I am being lighthearted, but I also, as someone who's going to print up the posters, I just would like to understand more of what we're printing up.
High quality, healthy.
Without chocolate milk.
And chocolate milk.
And chocolate milk.
And
Okay.
accessible to all.
Extra chocolate.
High quality food accessible to all. Is that on here?
There you go.
High quality food accessible to all. Is that
High
Behind
quality.
Trish, throw some pink
locally
markers.
grown, as much local as possible.
Yes, throw it at Bill.
Go for it.
Bill, that's up.
Local's huge.
Incoming.
I know.
Oh, it's fun.
Healthy, high quality, local. Those are the 3 words I would put in there.
What?
healthy,
Okay.
high quality,
I missed the
local.
first word.
So that was my clarifying. Do other people have clarifying thoughts or comments? So, please go ahead.
So you're all gonna know that I'm gonna continue to say this, and you guys can shoot me down as long as you want. But I'm going to continue to say that I don't object, because I recognize that the state is focused on pre-K, but I would still love to have us continue to think of our early early ages of education as an early learning, which would be everything prior to first grade. So an early learning as opposed to pre-K. I'm not objecting to us keeping this because I recognize that the state says we have pre-K. But if we can change the way we think about the early learning for our students, including parents into the learning, making it more play-based, making it more nature-based, we overcome the stigma, I think, that public education has been facing around accusations that we can't provide the same quality programming that private home-based or small centers can provide. And I actually don't agree with that kind of a stigma. I believe that we can and should be doing exactly that. So I just want to put it out there, and I'm not asking you to change anything, but I'll continue to say that I still think early learning, and I don't want to limit to an age, because I think there are different ages for children before first grade. They can be 3, 4, 5, and 6-year-olds, in fact, I'm sure. So I don't want to limit it to that, but anything prior to first grade should be an early learning cohort or grouping. Anyway, I'm just throwing that out there.
I'd like to even extend that, I mean, beyond 3. What about 0 to 5? Right?
That would be fantastic.
I mean, even if it 0 to 3 is more of a consultative thing, you know, where WCSU has information for brand new parents.
So like birth to
You know?
first.
Yeah.
Birth to first works for me. We have, there's a different.
I know there are other
You're gonna
resources
get a onesie.
available, but eventually that child will be a student here,
Yeah.
so why not start the relationship as early as possible?
I know, but I'm trying to not stay with, I agree with that, but I'm trying to stay away from the children who, you're 6 now, you're in first grade, and I'm not sure that's always true. But I agree, birth to 5 is the category that, just like pre-K is a category that the state uses. I love that. There's a different, there are different supports and resources that we have available for 0.
Right.
That's all. And I'd love to explore that more.
One of the questions I brought up was around foreign language when we were talking, and I just wanted to clarify that. I think the only reason that I questioned it was the question in my mind was, how is it, not necessarily how it will be rolled out, but is it always Spanish? Is it, what is the offering, I guess? Because to me, I feel like that would be amazing. I think it would be wonderful to have a foreign language prior to some of these older grades, and it would be great to just be able to roll it in and to continue it in the middle school on and through high school. That was the only reason that I brought it up. I think that's it.
Yeah, and the reason we put it under questions is because it was on a previous value sheet and we didn't do it.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a question, do we still value it? And the group that I got to talk to said, you know, if we do value it, we need to have some information as a board of what it could look like.
That's great.
And so the question that I have for the group is, do you guys still value it? And if you do, is it a task to come at budget time on what it could possibly look like to fulfill that value?
To me personally, it's extremely valuable because we're looking at it, you know, we, as the group that did the high school values, one of the big things we talked about was having multicultural experiences. Well, if you have no exposure prior to high school, or maybe we're talking middle school, but then that's not really full exposure. I think it would be wonderful.
Well, and the best time for language immersion is when they're young,
Yeah.
very young.
Yes.
And I think it's one of the things that has always fallen off in elementary school because we just don't have the resources
Right.
or the funding.
But it also,
But it should be adapted.
it doesn't have to be a class either. There's
Sure.
ways to
Sure.
mix it into the curriculum without being like, okay, it's time for our Spanish lesson, you know? Like,
Or choose.
whatever.
In my kindergarten, they taught us the English and French alphabet all at the same time, you know, and that's exactly,
That'd be amazing.
doesn't help me now, but that's on me.
But you probably remember it.
Yeah, oh, I can remember the song, but I'll spare you.
Come on, first, Joshua.
We can dwarf anything if we want to keep it on there.
So I'm asking, do you want to put foreign language here under high quality instruction, or is it another value separate from that?
Same.
I think it fits there.
It's there? Because you're talking about enrichment, right?
Yeah.
It's not a question, I agree.
So it's moved
not a
from question?
of value, so let's put it-
Okay.
Everybody doesn't question about it.
So, mixing it up a little bit. Yes, this is something I value and I stand behind this poster for my group. No, some of it. And I will watch your thumbs, because if I get any of these, we're back. We want to really tease that out, and even some of this.
Can I ask whether we're going to have a conversation or we're going to leave that as a question around the pre-K because we took off foreign language out of the question? Were you expecting an answer on that now, or were we going to just?
We'd love to have that conversation if it fits with the time period structure of what you're talking about.
About pre-K locations or value
Yeah,
on
I
pre-K
mean, we
itself?
got two questions
or-
down there, whether we're going to add those as
Okay.
follows. Are we going to add, we took off foreign language to say yes or no. Now there's a pre-K location thing.
You just moved it up.
Okay, so do we want to, as part of the values of pre-K, is it access to pre-K for all students? Is that the issue? Or is it the actual physical locations?
They actually have access to it
They
now,
have it.
so it's location.
This location?
Because we have one school that doesn't have it in the building.
So I would say, I don't know that pre-K location would actually be under the value, but it may be something we need to think about as committee work.
So that should be a parking lot conversation.
Yes. That'd be great.
Oh, yeah.
And I can move that into
Okay.
our committee work when we start doing that too.
You got
I
it?
can write.
Okay, thank you. All
We
right.
can also move, I'm gonna make an amendment too, we can also move in the idea of changing this to first to 5 elementary and middle high.
That's great. Thank you for answering that.
Thank you, no, I appreciate that. Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways, accepting these values as our. Awesome. So I'm gonna. Awesome, we have all thumbs up. Fantastic. Woo! All right, middle school, 6 to 8.
All right, 6 to 8 values. I think this is going to be a common theme, high quality instruction. We also added to it personalized learning plan. Every kid is climbing their own ladder, so that's extremely important. Intervention for students based on needs. School support services, nurse, counselor, social worker, etc. Outdoor recreation space, nature, play-based learning. Think of the environment that we're in. We're in Vermont. We're not in inner city New York.
Yeah.
There's so much that we can do and use around us, so it's very important. Enrichment offerings, art, music, language, PE. I added PE, sorry.
It's totally yours.
Near and dear to my heart.
It is.
Capstone trips and co-curricular. So we had robust conversation around capstone trips and for not being prescriptive about what that means. I think that would come out in the committee discussions, exactly what that would mean. We talked about doing it in 6th grade, doing it in 8th grade. That could all be decided later. So, career exploration, trades versus college, your choice. There are, we certainly don't want there to be this stigma of not being on the right track. So in 6th or 8th grade, as they're starting to learn about these things, make these decisions, not steering them in one direction or the other, but informing them and showing them what the options are. What does it mean to go to college? What does it mean to go into the trades? What do you need to know? If you don't go to college, there's not nearly as much for expenses, but there are trade-offs, no pun intended. Unique offerings, web-based learning, talk about a difference between when some of us went to school versus now. The WRED, what's the WRED? Spider over there. So that's huge and has added so much to the value of teaching and learning. So we might as well take advantage of it and seeing this. And this, I guess if we were going to rank them, funny how this got down to this portion of the list, but it was the first thing that came to our minds. Safety, culture, climate, very, very important. Now that we've added 6th grade to middle school, true middle school, this is when we help all of the parents realize it's okay. Your 6th grader is going to be all right. Everything is safe. We've created a nice culture for them, and the climate is right. And also, you can't see it there, but we've added that we need to have family and staff buy-in and involvement to make all of that work. And then transitions. We have lots of transitions. We noted too. 5th to 6th grade, and then 8th to 9th grade. How do you help students make that transition? How do you help staff make that transition? And then also on top of that, mentoring. How important is it to have somebody who's in 7th grade talking to that incoming 5th to 6th grade student on a one-to-one level about what the transition is about, making them feel comfortable in that and being a partner as they make that transition. Safe, functional facilities with high quality food and means of transportation. We had a little addendum to the transportation piece of that. And it did say late bus, but now we said late transportation for after school activities, drama, etc. This all goes back to equity, right? So if the child is going to participate in something after school, we need to give them the opportunity to get home safely. And also having the bus routes, schedules accessible so that everybody knows where everybody's going, when, how, and what. And then finally we have communication. And the communication between high school and middle school and home, etc., making sure that everybody's on the same page, and then we have all that covered. And that is our 6th grade.
Thoughts?
There seems to be a theme here.
Yes, it's good. That's a good sign.
Just throwing that out there.
What's the theme?
The theme is a lot of these things are so repetitive, just at different levels. You have food, transportation, so I'm wondering if some of these values should just be straight values all the way across the board and then come down to your different education, your different levels of values.
How about when I type them up, if I see that whatever is standard in all three, I'll make sure they're at the top.
Yeah.
We can make that decision. Your thoughts for 6 to 8? We got thumbs going up. Okay, where are we? All right. Efficient group. Fantastic, you guys. Wonderful. All right, high school, you're up.
Who wants it? There you go.
Thank you. All right.
And put your shoes on.
I'm not going to. It's not going to happen. Okay, so obviously we want a safe environment in all of these things. So in addition to that, effective communication between the administration and home, between teachers and home, both directions. It's not enough to have offered the information. If no one's getting it, there's got to be some connection here. Individual student growth. So every student, no matter where they're at, is climbing their own ladder. Everyone's getting better. We're not trying to measure how great everyone's doing by a line item. We want everyone to climb their ladder, both academically, socially, and emotionally, etc. We want whole people growth. And also the career paths is part of that. Continued emphasis on new and or different experiences, including cultural experiences, things like Journey East. It does not have to be that, but things that are outside the box experiences, something that you wouldn't have had an opportunity to do otherwise. Real world experiences and knowledge put into the curriculum. It's cool to know how to grow your own food and then what you do with it after. It's great to have, you know, some of these life skill things. I know how to do this math and I can now do my taxes. Like whatever this thing is, real life skills. A culture and a climate that families are engaged in and buy into and are involved in. Co-curricular activities, not just sports, all these things. Also outdoor time and experiences. Just because you're in high school doesn't mean you never get to go outside anymore. And then equitable access to those things. So that comes down to the transportation stuff. If we value co-curricular activities, we need to make sure everyone can get to and from them. And then also, speaking about transitions, post-graduation support and how that transition is supported. And also, after you've graduated, can you ask questions still? Can you still get that support?
We talked
You
about
should be able to.
wouldn't it be great if, you know, somebody decided to take a gap year and then 6 months in was like, I hate this. I hate doing this. I hate being an adult. I want to go back to college. How do I do that? And, you know, all of us, whether you have children in school or not, you're paying taxes. So you should have access to be able to go back to the counselor and say, I graduated from here 2 years ago and I'm lost. I don't know what to do. Can you help me? Or at least be able to point them in the direction of a career center.
Yeah, what's the resource? Tell me where to go. Who do I talk to?
I don't know
What do I do?
what my
I started college. I decided this isn't for me. Maybe I want to do a trade instead, but I don't know who to talk to or what to do. How do I do that? So instead of like, you know, how is that supported? So those are our values.
Lindsay, can I kind of
Absolutely not.
just, I don't know why it didn't come to me earlier, but the social and emotional well-being of the students, why we didn't have it as a value. I think it's important. It may tie into safety, culture, and climate, but I think that's incredibly important with how kids, especially in high school, are feeling about themselves. Yeah, I'm glad to
I
put
agree,
that.
it should be in the middle school there too.
Yep. I should be in all of them.
Yep. I totally agree with that.
I think that we should have a definition of high quality instruction that we keep saying, high quality instruction. And that's sort of a vague term, right? But that could mean a lot of things to a lot of different people. And I think we keep saying high quality instruction, but then the things that means are whole student growth, academic, social, emotional growth, and if every student is growing, and you know, I think we should actually have a definition of what that means if we keep growing the turnover.
I think that's a great idea. I really do. The social emotional piece is, we didn't really get there because I think we're looking at it under climate, but I am so glad you teased it out, and we need to be talking about that across the board.
Yeah, that's across the board.
So you're kind of a friendly amendment to the social and
I
emotional
think
health.
everybody takes that as a given. That's why.
Which we should.
We should take it as a given, but it should be
Part of our values.
part of our value, so it's there, so we don't forget that it sits on the back burner.
Because the social and emotional well-being helps to avoid many other things that
So much.
happen.
Yes.
Well, we take high quality instruction, frankly, as a given too, and we didn't forget to leave that off. So I think this is really important to tease out. Thanks.
Could I ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
Going back to your high-quality instruction, are you suggesting that maybe we ask our director of curriculum to offer a generalized description of what high-quality instruction would look like?
That's exactly what I said.
Okay, thanks.
Across the board.
I thought I was clear.
Okay. Just wanted to make,
Wow, the great delegator.
And the answer to that question is it will reach every student on every level. To promote
Will
growth.
I put my other hat on and we'll get that out. For the high school values adding social and emotional health and well-being of our students and
more clarification about what high-quality instruction by definition could be. Are we ready to thumbs up, sideways or down about the high school values? Yeah, good job. Just roll it. All right. So you have your values at this point. That is fantastic. Well done. I will let you sit.
So we're going to shift gears a little bit, and some of this has come out during our discussions today, which is fantastic. Both, and that was the plan for these to come out, that we are talking both about our values, about our some of our challenges and accomplishments. So what I did was, I'm calling this a chalk talk, but we don't have a chalkboard, so we're going to do it a little bit differently on a whiteboard. I want to make sure through this process, I read through the survey that went out to all of you. I don't know if everyone participated or not, but I read through all of those, and that helped me design today around some things that might be norms we believe in, might be challenges we have as a school board. Well, Roy will tell you. Challenges and things that you're facing, and it could be things about your own communication, and it could be things that I've heard about equity. I've heard about communication. I've heard about what's facing your district board, things from the AOE, things in our control and things that are out. So what I have, this is helping me here, finances, there's another one I heard. And then there might be other things that I haven't heard about. Pre-K location might come up somewhere in here. So what we're going to do, this is called a chalk talk. And all of you, if you don't have a marker from the last activity, if you make sure you grab one. Any color. And so, this activity, you might be around the room a little bit different. As long as it doesn't bleed through onto the walls. You can tell right when it comes back. So these are some categories I came up with. And then I have, the last one that's going up is a question mark. So that's kind of our didn't get captured here. So the activity is this. So it's a silent activity. We'll do your best. That's actually I'm getting faces like silent. The first part's silent. So what you're going to do is you each have a marker, and at any of the bubbles around the rooms, why don't you grab over here? We'll go this way. So you're kind of near here. If you can think of a challenge that's either facing you as a board member, or challenges or things that you know you're going to have to deal with. Pre-K location is a great one, right? Like that's just something you know you're going to have to deal with. Maybe that falls under equity. But your job is to add, we do it just like this, the school system. So communication, I've heard this say, a challenge that the board is facing doesn't have to be a negative thing. Communication goes like this. And I'm writing in a highlighter, which isn't that great, parents, staff, board. And I'm adding that as something that I know is a challenge I've heard today that you already mentioned. Don't use that. How's that? And if you're walking up out and you see that, you might just put a little check mark next to that, or a star because you agree with that. That's a big one for you. What you're not going to do is cross it off because you don't get to decide what other people's challenges are. So we're just going to take about 10 minutes for you to walk around, read what other people have written. Again, it's supposed to be silent, but you're just going to write out some challenges you know that you're going to face as a board this year. The purpose of doing this activity is not to dwell on the negative. The purpose is, our next step is we're going to be looking at committee work and creating topics for the school year of the big things you want to tackle this school year. So by establishing your values, by establishing what challenges you know you're facing, that's going to help you build your committees and help you build your topics and your agenda for the year. To make sure these big things that you want to deal with and these big values that matter to you, you want to make sure you're doing the work. And you don't want to build an agenda that you turn around and it is March and you haven't gotten to these things because you got mixed in the day-to-day. You know? Make sense? Any questions? Does anyone want to change out the color? Okay, when you are ready, come on up and add away. I'll move. We'll keep on the ball.
just another minute, I want to point out how respectful everyone is being. So I really appreciate how Mike is walking through and reading. If you haven't had a chance to really look at what each of these are, we're not going to discuss them all in detail, but to look at each so you really gather another few. Chuck them up for all didn't make it onto the board, I see. So starting here when I see, and I'm going to move this. I'm going to start with this one. I purposely put it on it, but unified work of the board, middle school success, more community involvement and buy-in, respect First Amendment rights of members, district success, move forward, evaluate, repeat, respect and establish growth individual cultures. So I think a lot of this is coming out in the normal discussion we had today, but it's wonderful to see it recaptured. It's consistent with what has been said. Challenges, which challenges aren't necessarily a negative thing. They're things that we grow when we strive and we grow when we struggle. Speaking of struggle,
Can I just ask for clarity, and I did get feedback on it, but I don't know who wrote it. Individual cultures, does that mean of the buildings? Specific building?
Yeah.
I checked it, that's what I was.
I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood, because that's how I interpreted it, but I wasn't sure that that was the intent.
I really appreciate that because that's how I interpreted it, and it's good to stop.
Thank you.
Okay. Speaking of challenges, unknowns, AOE changes, mergers, unknowns. Kind of hard to plan for what's coming next. We have some ideas. Act 46, then what?
The big one here, the big change that's going to be coming out, which we already discussed at this district level, was the Committee of Six, which is the merger of districts, of supervisory unions as units, which is probably going to be the big new thing to come up because they realize by us consolidating our governance at this level is a good thing, but we need to look at, we have too many administrators compared to the number of students we have now.
Challenge. It's a challenge. Whether we merge or whatever happens here, even if we're doing great communication, things happening, like whatever's happening here might impact this or vice versa. We know will probably impact this. So one of the challenges boards face are the fiscal responsibility to your taxpayers, to your stakeholders. Balancing that with your values, what you believe in and how you make that balance in changing times, right? Diversity within equity, double knots on equity checks. Transportation, double. Pre-K, check, check, check. Personalized learning, big check. Talk about for all. I appreciate being with the group. Self-ended for you a little bit here. So equity, and again, this all beauty and back, a couple of extra dots there. Listening with purpose, and that can be, I'm thinking, communication from your community. Feedback, or with each other. Feedback and a star, respectful and sincere.
I'm fine. I really didn't want to put it on one of those yet because I'm not sure how if everybody feels the same way I do about public education being under attack, and if they do, then we should be talking about it in other ways. But for me, is it for everyone to support like it is?
And because of your So anytime we do work on a leadership team, we talk about, we do root cause analysis and think about the things that are the causes for the problems we're having. And then we build everything, we've done this work as a team, we build everything, all the challenges we're having. And then we go into actions, we cross out the things that aren't in our control. Because it's just, why put our energy of banging our heads against something that we have no influence on? So you might have some influence on this, I'm not saying that. We make it as palatable as possible, but there's just going to be things that come up that because of the different things coming from AOE, you're going to be as nice as you can about it.
I don't know how much we've had a conversation, I don't think I've been to board meetings, and maybe I've forgotten how much conversation we had around, setting up committees.
No.
But So I guess what before we even talk about putting committees, do we actually as a board agree that committees are appropriate? That's number one. And because in the past in other boards, we have actually said, had many committees and then said, actually they're not working for us. And so eliminating them became a much more functioning board. That's number one. Mm-hmm. Number two, if we're talking about, we agree that committees have a purpose for this board, then how are they going to operate, and will they be permanent standing committees, or will they be temporary committees, or What is the purpose of them? So I think that the conversation around committees is really important to have before we say, is this a committee, is that a committee, is that a committee?
Great.
How about committees in general?
Great.
Because they can be really dysfunctional,
Yeah.
and we can't have that. We don't have time.
That's not the goal. That is not the goal. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's take a 5-minute break, and I'm going to start with Emily's topic when we get back there. I did put out some chocolate. All right, we're going to do I moved the agenda around a little bit. Thank you for being flexible. We're going to do a quick team building exercise before we move into the next thing. You guys have been. If you would please come forward 2 lines of equal numbers facing each other right here.
That's the height that we go to, no higher. Everybody start to lower.
You have to be touching at all times.
We've got to start again.
All hands
hands
touching at
on,
all times.
lower.
Down.
Lower.
Down,
Lower.
down,
Lower.
down.
Slowly lower.
It's right there.
I can feel that in my back. You guys are doing great. Keep going.
Come on,
Down.
keep going down.
Keep going down. Drop it.
We're not done yet. Drop. Ken's at it. Come on, just let go.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
I think you're good. Communication. What did you find in the beginning? I saw a lot of this. Who's looking it up? Who's doing that? How was that working for you or not working for you? Anybody get yelled at?
No, you know what's interesting? Is as soon as we said, don't look at the poll,
Everybody look at the poll.
no.
At one point,
Mike looked at the poll.
we closed our eyes, all behind our eyes closed. How did that happen? So then all of a sudden it went down. Ken was the only voice I heard. And then there was kind of some chanting. Down, down, down. In a rhythm. I didn't hear
And
anyone.
then a plan at the end.
You had a plan. And who contributed to that plan?
Pardon me?
Who contributed to that plan?
Everybody.
Could you have gotten that to the ground without communicating?
That was a heck of a lot harder.
With a heck of a lot harder. So I'm just going to make it real obvious here. When you work together and you communicate and you have a clear goal together, you get there faster and more effectively. Okay? So super. When I was putting this together, I thought this is where I start. I didn't start here, but this is really the outcome, right? This is you're making a work plan for the year. So these are your meeting dates for the year based on your current schedule. I know the February date is a holiday maybe. So I don't know if you meet or not. So it might change. But I looked at this and I thought, how, based on the survey and the challenges, and not the values, but the work that I know you have to do and what budget takes, that I made an assumption that you would have committees. This is not my work. If you don't have committees, I have no skin in that game. But what I thought about was if we had my thinking was if you had a clear topic, so budget, is that kind of budget season or whatever? If committees had a charge, and you knew what that committee work was going to be, and you plug them in here, they would be on the agenda as reporting. So that was my thinking, so you know my thinking behind it. Let's talk about what Emily brought up right before we went into the transition to the break. Do you have committees? Do they function well? And do you want them? Let's just say this. Pick up the function well. Do you have committees? And is it something with the right scaffolding and parameters you want to have? Bill.
So I would just say we had an example of a high-functioning committee for the school choice policy. The board delegated a group. The group named a chairman. The chairman organized effective meetings. They delegated work to the central office that was necessary before meetings. We met 4 times, and by the end of the 4th time, the committee had a school choice policy, 2 to 3 pages long, very fleshed out, that they could then recommend to the board. The board could read it prior, and it was adopted and was very effective in deploying. And so when I think of committee work, I think of that group and that organization as a model for this board working. The other committee that has been established has been the Facilities Committee, and they did a lot of pre-work last year, getting our engineering studies together, getting a lot of data together. They've already met with our Director of Operations and are preparing for this type of work. So my two examples of the committees involved with this group have been highly successful. So I know that when we met as a planning, I was one of the voices that a well-organized committee could be highly beneficial to this board.
We also have a policy.
Well, and that's true. And then the policy committee came through with the 17 or 18 recommended required policies in a very efficient manner as well.
So this is just all of my questions were about clarity so that we're all on the same page about committees. What Bill just described were three very different committees to me. And they all need a different charge and a different function, and we all have to agree with the project. So I'll just share my thoughts, and so other people can do whatever they want. Choice, that was a temporary, had a specific need. We asked them to come up with something very specific. We were very clear. I don't know as we told them how many meetings to have, although committees are often told you're only allowed to have 3 meetings or whatever, and get it done by such a date. I don't think we did either of those things, but that's one of the options that can happen with a temporary committee that's taking on just one topic. There's the policy committee, which I think, I think you're still chairing that. That's sort of an ongoing committee. It meets when it's needed, and we have been using them for a long time, so we're familiar with them, and I don't think anybody ever questioned about whether we should do that, and I think that has a very specific charge. We may ask them to take up a policy or come up with a policy for us, or they'll come to us. So we sort of give them a little more autonomy because it's a piece. And then there's the building committee, which actually was created by need. In fact, even I wouldn't want to call it emergency, but we certainly are in a challenging time with our buildings. And so we really felt like we needed to have something like that. So there was a group who were ready to jump into it as needed. I think there's value to all of them. I just want to make absolutely sure that when we do them, we know which kind of committee we're entering into, and having a very specific charge and hopefully a timeline for results. And then the committee would disband. We also need to understand about the structure of committees because, if there's more than 5 people, then that's a quorum of the board. So all of that has to be considered as well. I know everybody already knows all that, but we just have to. So that was my thing. We have never talked about this as a board. So those were just some of my thoughts. Other people have different thoughts.
Right. So, as part of, I was in the organization and meeting talking about this, and, I was on the Women's Red Board with you when we got rid of the standing committees because they didn't seem to work.
Could you explain to everybody why they didn't work?
The biggest, I don't want to use the word problem, but the biggest thing with the challenge with the standing committees was that the committee would go off and do a bunch of work, and then they would come back and present it to the board, and the board would essentially decide that in order to really make this decision, they needed to redo all that work. So the committee spent a great deal of time doing work that was then repeated. And so, if that's what happens with committee work, then there's no point in having the committees because people are unhappy that they put in all that time, and it doesn't actually save the board any time. When we talked about forming committees, it was really driven by the fact that, again, we have a large amount, everything is new. In the past, a lot of boards run on, well, this is how we've always done it, and, there's momentum, and there's precedent, and there's things like that to fall back on. We don't have any momentum or precedent. This district has never been a district before. So as we go forward, we're making up the new normal for this district. And that's a lot of work. We're going to run 4 buildings. Nobody's ever run more than 1 before. We've got policy, and we'd like policy to be as minimal and, building adaptive. But if we set policy for, 4 buildings. We don't want to have 4 policies for this. We want to have a building use policy and then lay out procedures that work for each building. And on with things like we were talking about, one that Lori is kind of interested in having a budget committee, which is somebody that works with her through budget season, so that they could give the presentation she could give. You know, somebody who's really familiar with that budget, and spends some time meeting with her and you know, has a more intimate understanding than maybe the rest of us starting out, and can help her teach the rest of us as budget season goes on. We talked about a committee for communication, because that's, you know, in the work that we've done today, it's come out that that's clearly something we need to focus on. So if we have a committee look into ways that are effective and brainstorm and everything else, and then come back and say to the board, okay, here are all the things we've looked at, these are our recommendations. As long as the board then is willing to trust the committee work and say, okay, let's go with your recommendation, then we've actually saved time and energy. If the board then says, well, we want to look at all these ways of communication because we're not sure, we want to, did anybody think about this? Was this discussed? Then maybe we don't need a committee for that. We just need to start meeting twice a month and build bigger agendas and get through all that work ourselves. But that was the vision. I don't think any of these committees, when we were talking about kind of putting together committees to do this behind the scenes lifting, was envisioned as a, you know, standing permanent committee. It's more, you know, we have a lot of work to do right now. There's a lot of homework. There's a lot of stuff to get through. And if we can have 4 or 5 people meet, get to something, and then make a presentation to the board can ask questions, task the committee with some more work, similar to what we do with Bill and his team. You know, we'd like to discuss this. Could you get these answers for us so we can have this discussion? We come back with those answers and we have this discussion. That's kind of what we were looking at in terms of committees.
A couple of things. I agree with pretty much everything you said. I think we need to be mindful of the time that we all already put in here, and as well as the rest of our lives and our other volunteer opportunities. And I think that's hard to ask. So to me, a permanent committee feels like a slog, just personally. But the idea of a committee with a deadline, a timeline that you know is, okay, well, we've only got X amount of meetings or weeks or days or whatever it might be, that feels like it feels okay, yes, I feel like I can donate that time on top of this time. So for the example of the budget committee, I went and met with Lori when we met once or twice, when she was going through the budget, and it was like, I wrote budgets for a living. It's a very different thing than what she does. So that was hard. I don't think any of us would be interested or qualified to make the presentation that she makes. Personally, that's just my take on it, having sat there and been like, what? Say that one again, because I don't know. I completely missed what you're talking about. I'm trying to keep up, but I mean, she's built an entire career around that. But I also think I really agree with you that some of this is really necessary and maybe necessary to do outside, but as long as people, I really loved that you guys in the policy committee just took that up and you just came to meetings and said, here's what we came up with, and we were like, great, or hey, add that. That, I felt like took a lot of weight off of the group. So I think there's definitely pros and cons to both ways. Looking at a whole year and divvying it up seems a little overwhelming. But that's just I love the idea of, okay, I've got a deadline of November and April. Great, those are my committees. For me personally to go, oh God, now I'm on a committee that is lasting until I'm in June, feels a little daunting, but that's just my take on it.
This is great. Al, go ahead, and then I'll please. Oh, sorry.
I like your point about the timing piece. I mean, we're all busy. So maybe it's have a committee meeting prior to our big meeting, right? You know, a half hour before, as opposed to in between or whatever. And so say maybe the committee meeting that you have, if it's a long-term thing, prior to that meeting is for the next meeting. Like you're talking about what you're going to work on, and maybe there's some outside work that you do, gather information, whatever, for the next meeting. But if you keep it tight and to the regular meeting schedule just a little bit before, for at least for the standing committees, I think that'd be easier.
Go ahead.
So part of what I see the value of the committees, dividing the work. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I don't like communication. I have no interest in the font on the page of the flyer. And we spent board meetings, we spent hours talking about font. No, seriously.
Yeah.
Yep. And that, to me, that's not a board meeting discussion. It's a waste of valuable board time. Let somebody else deal with that. But we do a lot of information gathering. And how many times have we sat in board meetings and we're presented with something and we have questions and our administration is great. I'll get you the information. Wouldn't it be nice if we could have got to that before the meeting? If the committee met and we asked the same questions because we don't understand education, we don't understand this building problem, we don't understand curriculum issue, and we asked 2 weeks before the meeting, we need more information, and now we can come to our board meetings and be more productive. I think that's really what this is about, and maybe the committee can sift through all of the information that is not necessary for everybody to read. You can certainly read it if you want to, but point to the information that is critical to the decisions that we're making. I think having a calendar that goes out to the year helps us focus on the important deadlines that we have. Like, for example, communication. Communication committee, probably, if we create one, should have a fair amount of work to do just before our annual meeting. But they probably don't have a whole lot of work to do tomorrow. Well, the building committee has a fair amount of work to do leading up to the budget preparation because we have to figure out what out of the millions of dollars in building repairs we want to include in the budget. So I think that's where the calendar helps, and tasking the committee with a very specific, at our November meeting, you really have to have some idea as to what maintenance issues we're going to work on. Well, now we can then task the administration to get the information and have productive board meetings.
So I'm going to direct you to the right side of your folder. You'll see there's a packet of a committee template, and behind it is what you see here in a colored sheet. So what I did was I just did some research. I looked at what the purpose of committees are, what seem to be well-functioning teams, what that looked like in an organizational view, and listening to what the directors had given me for feedback for creating this agenda. And then I put those up on posters. So much of what's been said, it was the spirit of what I was putting together, was these are committees that have a specific purpose, with a scope, with frequency of dates. They may be dormant part of the time, but they may be very active part of the time. I think you gave such a simple example, Drew, of fonts. Like, I don't care about fonts, you're right, but someone else might. And someone else might care a lot about chocolate milk. So we want to make sure the person who cares about chocolate milk is getting their voice heard and can be part of that committee, and probably not do it live in front of your community for 3 hours on Monday night in order to be the most efficient and productive. Especially when you know other topics we don't even know about yet are going to come up. So on that sheet, I wrote down the purpose, and I took a liberty here. This is your work. I would be glad to change it. But what I wrote was the purpose of a committee is to make recommendations to bring back to the school board. And the purpose of that meeting, it's not the time to rehash everything that's happened. It's the time for them to come forward and say, here are my recommendations, here's all the information we came up with. So if a committee has a clear scope and a clear purpose, you are to go out and find out about ways we can better communicate with our stakeholders. Then that committee is going to come up with different ideas, they're going to do all the research, and they're going to come back to the board and present that. And there'll be times where there might be a vote or decisions to be made, or the board might say we need more information, but it won't be the time for that committee to come forward and then the board to say, well, what did you do this, did you do that, did you know? It's really to present information. So I put that as a purpose. This is your work. If you don't like this purpose, we can change it or clarify it. I was just trying to come up with some stuff. And then I also took liberty about the recording of the work. So I thought a lot about how busy you all are and the work that you have to do. And my thought was, rather than say you must take minutes or you have to post them as a committee, if you present that as part of the board, your synopsis, and then submit whatever paper research you have, then that becomes part of the minutes of the board, and then that takes care of the documentation and the clarity and transparency of your work. So these are the two liberties that the person sitting in front of you did. So if you do not like these, this is the time to amend. Yes?
So the recording, actually, we have to operate under open meeting rules, and any committee of the board actually has to take minutes.
Okay.
And they have to post their meetings as if you are a board meeting, and, you know, that there are very specific guidelines and rules around committee work. So we have no choice in that part.
I did look up and I couldn't find anything that clarified, so I really appreciate you trying that.
Right, but the depth of the minutes are
Well, that's true. I mean,
legally variable.
Okay.
that's true. Even
Right.
Discuss
like-
policy
Exactly,
or
like Peter is doing
Exactly.
very, very detailed minutes, and I would expect the board to take
I'm the
minutes.
first one to tell you I am very opposed to detailed minutes.
Right,
I
right.
don't think we should do that. I don't think it's helpful, mostly because here we are being recorded anyway. If you want to know, go back and should be talking to the people or looking at the recording to see what we actually said. Detailed minutes are often misinterpreted because, especially if there's quotes, you cannot
Yeah.
do it well if you do that.
So I would suggest that I will come back with a different, I'll wordsmith this and come back with you. Am I on the right one? On the right
Yeah, I
one.
just want to make sure that we're following open meeting law.
Perfect. I can do that.
Includes posting and warning.
Warning?
Yeah, they need to be posting.
I would just say, if we choose to move forward this way, what I would propose is that we give sort of a template for each committee. Like, you know, here's how you warn it, here's how you do it, here's what you have to do for your minutes that can literally be fill in the blank. I mean, the committees aren't actually taking any action. So, you know, there's not going to be motions and votes. It's just going to be discussion. So, you know, what are you discussing? And then the committee, there may actually be a report that the committee makes to the board that's more informative than the minutes would be. You know, and presents at a meeting so that the board can then deliberate and take action. But, you know, I think we could make a pretty easy template for a committee so that they would follow the law.
I think some committees would have to take votes, though, like policies, or like if you're going to advance them, right? So if you have a committee of 4 people and you're not sure if the policy is going to go to the rest of the board, you have to have a vote, right?
You would come to consensus as a committee. You can't vote as a committee because you're not a quorum of the board, but you would have to have a consensus as a committee to advance the work of the committee to the full board.
So I'm wondering, maybe it makes sense, Joe, like, have my scope, but maybe your scope,
Right.
to maybe create that template?
Right.
Okay, perfect.
Right. I can. Sorry.
So what about the purpose? How are we feeling about, sorry, I'm gonna dive in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to talk about the recording of work and open meeting law, but the scope.
Well, I'm not there yet.
Pardon?
I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
We're not gonna do that.
We're not gonna.
We'll come to it. I'm back to purpose.
Gotcha. Hear that. Sometimes it's really hard to hear you in this room because it's echo.
Oh, I apologize.
No, it's
I
all
can
right.
understand
It's
the problem.
heard. That's all.
How do you feel about the purpose, as a stated purpose?
That's what it should be.
Okay.
Ju-
Now, the scope was my word, we could call it something else, but that would be specific to the committee. So Emily, your thoughts on, and again, these are Jen's. Jen did research, but these are not hers. So policy committee is one where
Okay.
most boards have a
I have a
policy.
question.
So,
Your scope for the policy committee. The policy committee does not handle procedures, ever. The procedures have to be brought up by the administration on how they're gonna be implemented, just so, you know, because everybody for some reason thinks policy and procedure go hand in hand. They do go hand in hand, but when they are worked, the policy committee does not deal with the procedures.
It's hand to hand, not hand.
okay. So what I wrote here,
Yeah,
can you
that's
have this in print in front of you? In your packet? What I wrote here, good point, Ken, because I wrote reviews district policies, no procedures in
No
there.
procedures, that's.
Recommends changes to current policies, addition of new policies, and deletion of outdated policies based on changes in law and recommendations from the VSBA. Is this a committee? Yes.
I don't care about the policy committee or whatever. I just want to define what that area is.
What the scope will be.
So I just want to say that what we would normally say, and scope is fine with me, what we would say would be, it's a charge from the board to the committee saying, this is what your charge is, this is what we want you to do. So I think this is the area where I think is really important and will make committees effective and will create buy-in from the full board when the committee comes back. The charge is everything to this. So we need to be very specific, and that's where we would put a timeline in if we want it. And it's very specific to the charge, to the topic. So I think it's critically important that we are very clear, because you don't want a committee to go outside of the work that a board has asked them to do either. And that is something that happens quite often. They say, oh, take us down this tangent and go down that road when the board didn't ask us to do that. We shouldn't be doing that. So the more clear, concise, and simple the charge is, the more effective the committee work is, I think. And so I just think that this is a really important piece to the whole thing. The policy committee is a standing committee. I think we've created a standing committee with the policy committee that meets when needed. Most of these things that I think we're talking about, I'll ask you, Joe, to respond to Bill. Most of them will be one topic committees, not a standing committee that we can go back to all the time. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that makes it even more important that we're very clear. We want you to go and do research around choice, inter-district school choice, that kind of thing. We just need to be very specific about this.
Love it. So when I look at the template and the packet in front of you, I would change the scope to say charge. And this to me is almost how you would develop all your committees, right? So you have a clear purpose, you have a charge to what that committee is. Recording of committee work will change that template, and then the plan of action. So now your charge is to go review policies, blah, 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 and scratch that out, right? But go do that. And then whoever the chair is would then come up from the board's recommendation, create a plan of action. Well, we're going to meet Monday, and we're going to review F16, G4, and whatever the policies want to do, and bring a recommendation back. So it's really clear. And it may be that this would work for standing committees, but it might also be as new committees come up and charges come up, that this becomes very clear and becomes the template of the board to create those committees.
And part of the reason I said about not going outside of the charge is because we want to be very mindful that we're not micromanaging.
And
it's
also,
very easy to do that.
You're probably, if you go make a charge about communication and then come back with a field day, that may not be what you intended for that to happen, although it could fall under that big scope. So a purpose is much more clear. Sorry, charge. Love it. Thank you. Love it. Other thoughts? Kind of the template itself? Yeah.
Regarding the charge, I would just say, there may be some things that we charge a committee with, and they go out and they do some research and have some findings, and then all of a sudden the charge changes.
Yeah.
So just to give them enough latitude to come back to the board and say, here's what we found, we need to rejigger the charge based on our initial findings, or something like that.
Flexibility. Good point.
I would encourage, again, if this moves forward, I would encourage committee chairs to, if that does arise in your work, it's like, you know what, we found this other thing, we're not sure if this fits in our charge, come back to the board, ask for time on the agenda to talk about it, and we can fit in, a few minutes, we can fit in the time to, give you direction and help with the work, because, again, the committees are doing the board a huge favor by doing all that research and gathering of information so that we can have the discussion and make the decision.
So let me ask this as a board. So I guess I'm proposing a committee outline that has the topic, the members, the chair, a purpose, a charge, a recording, and a plan of action frequency as a template for you for this work. So before we make that decision, do you wish to go forward in creating committees, both standing and less frequent? Please.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to dominate, but I have one other question about it, after you read all that. If it's a committee that is not just meeting, I'm not worried about policy, because that one meets on need, and we all have a report back, and we have a need for them to report back. But if there's a committee that's meeting 4 or 5 times, what is the expectation of the board for reporting back during the work process? Is that something that we don't ever ask, or is that something that we give a committee chair 5 minutes to say, here's what we've been working on, we've met twice, and just a quick summary? I mean, is that important to the board or not? The reason I bring it up is because I think it's really important that the full board stays connected to the work without slowing the work down that we've charged them with. So I don't know what the balance there is, but I think we all need to come to an agreement on how we're going to do reporting back. I don't care what we say, I just want us to all agree.
So on our last agenda, the officers had pre-imagined exactly what you're talking about. And so they have created a structure that would be included in every single agenda for the opportunity to do exactly what you're talking about. So the board would be able to stay.
Written questions, and then the board would charge the committee with additional work if they needed to, is the hope.
Yeah.
Sort of like the administrative reports. Here's what you read it ahead of time. And then, if there has to be some sort of discussion, like the committee feels it needs an answer or more direction, but otherwise it would be like, here's where we are, do you have any questions?
And I think that's great. I think we just have to be really mindful of not opening a door to start micromanaging the work that we've charged the committee with too. So that I'm fine with all that. But once we start to give and take partway through a process, the board can take over the work of the committee, and that could be a challenge too. So I'd limit that as much as we possibly could. That would be my hope, that as a board we do. If we've given them a charge and we need to change the charge, that should either come directly from us or directly from the committee, and not a part of the dialogue where, we didn't really like what you just said, so why don't you try doing this kind of thing. I just want to be careful that we work as effectively and efficiently as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Less is more, but I think we should be updated.
Okay.
And if we have a really clear charge, I think that is all.
So I haven't heard from everyone, so I'm hoping to hear some other voices about this, about committee work. I think there's been some really great thoughts and careful thoughtfulness about how you want this to work. And it sounds, again, going back to being a productive and effective board.
I think we should have a very limited number of standing committees, and I think we've already kind of mentioned most of those: building, policy, budget, just the things that, we have to have those standing ones in place, and then having the, more intermittent ones with a specific purpose and charge sprinkled in here and there.
Well, and of the four that you've got, I think policy's standing, and maybe the only one. I mean, eventually we'll have our arms around the buildings, the facilities, and we may not need a committee to manage that. I think the budget ought to form every year, so that we get rotation on the committee. Maybe not totally reform, but I would think budget and maybe communications are standing. Develop a plan, the board will implement it. If the board wants to change the plan, we can form a new communications committee and direct them with a new charge. But those are all single event things. They may be in place for a year, but I don't think we're creating necessarily 4 standing committees. Was my thought. Because I don't think we want to necessarily. I agree. We don't want to create a bunch of standing committees.
And also, a person shouldn't be alone on a standing committee. Trish. Poor Trish. The committee of one.
I
straw vote. We'll do the thumbs up, thumbs. How about fist of 5? Let's go back to that. Fist to 5. Forming committees. Forming committees and structure.
I don't know.
You're on one.
I'm on one, so I guess we'll form, I'll go halfway, I'll agree.
Okay, with some reservations, but I think, okay, we are going to form committees. So I'm looking at the time right now, and we have 2 tasks ahead of us, and I'm open to suggestions. So one of the things that we have 3 tasks actually. One of the things is, in your paper packets in front of you, I did put together some different committees based on the feedback I had gotten. I don't know if this will be standard or not. So we have the option right now that we could try to plug in some dates and some chair people or members to those, and maybe tweak the purpose, the charge a little bit, and then plug them into the action work plan. Or the other option is we could say the board will work on committees later, and let's just look at our work plan for topics.
I think the fun is right there.
The latter?
If we find ourselves with extra time, we can always go back to this advice.
Well, what you could do was take the template, and then in the September meeting, that could be part of the work you decide. Emily?
I don't know whether this is directed to you or to Joe. It's probably more to Joe, but I'm going to just say it. But I'm going to ask about, because it sounds like we're going to move on before we leave committee, the finance committee, which sounds like it's morphed into a budget committee. Am I right?
That was a committee that Lori had specifically asked for, so that she would have 2 or 3 board members who had a deeper dive into the budget with
Got
her.
it. So I think that we have to take the time, not today, to scope out what the work of that committee is. Because if that committee is representing the board to build a budget, that's a completely different thing than just to give feedback to the finance director who's developing the budget with the administration. I'm cautious about what that committee would be. And I just want to make sure we all understand.
Yep, I think we would want to talk to Lori about that, but my understanding of her request was not that the administration would continue to build the budget with the entire board. And that this was more, once the budget, there may be a little bit more like, sort of seeing how the sausage gets made behind, but also just being able to explain, being able to explain a little more in depth, being involved in the process a little bit more. It's not taking the building of the budget out of the entire thing.
Great. I really appreciate your clarification of that so that we all agree, because that's exactly what I think. And I do think that we all need to be able to stand up and explain the budget to our communities. Lori shouldn't be doing it. We should be doing it as a board. And it shouldn't just fall in the hands of the chair too. So I totally agree with that. We just have to be really careful, because we as a board in the past, or our boards in the past, have charged the administration with, as Ken had suggested earlier, I want to have it at a 0% increase, I want to have no more than 3% increase, I want to see the budget go down 3%. We can do that as a board to give him direction, and my guess is you're going to come to us and have that conversation, maybe not. But it feels like I don't want this committee to get in the way of the work that the administration's doing and the board's doing. So thank you for the clarity.
Okay, so these are the 3rd Mondays of the month. If I'm wrong, I apologize. I did double check with Meg, but it's kind of that way, once a month. So you have the topics here, and what my suggestion is now is I am looking at our challenges and our values, and I feel like I can record your thoughts. Okay. About what we're going to put on here. I'm going to move it closer to you. I'm hearing that on the September meeting, that maybe taking some time, and I'll move it forward. The topic would be forming committees, and developing the charge of committees, and what that looks like. Might be something that you want to dedicate some time for, based on this.
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay. This will be helping with the part. Watch for a whiteboard. Sorry, I did not mean to block you out. Okay. Thank you. Okay. right, I also know these things are gonna come up, like, Judy brought up communication before, or whoa, probably a really big deal, right? So looking at, if you have one or two topics and one or two committee report outs at a meeting, we're probably pretty full.
We're just raising our hand.
Yeah, let's go. I'll make a proposal.
Before budget season, we need to talk about pre-K.
Okay? When let's do these. When do we know your meeting's just gonna be budget? Or your big topic at least is gonna be budget?
At the very latest, the 18th, the 16th, and the 20th.
So here, budget, and that will help us plan on each side, right? Okay. That's the very least.
Yeah, so that parking lot of pre-K question is gonna have to be, soon.
Okay.
For 2 weeks.
Well, let the record show, and I already this is really down for me.
Wow, that's impressive.
All right.
That gives you 2 weeks.
Okay, topic here, so it sounds like pre-K is gonna be here or here, right?
Yep.
Both. Okay.
Talk about it at one meeting.
Well, before we can say both, what information do we need to have in order to have that discussion? Because putting it on the agenda
Yeah,
without information is a waste of our time.
but that's not,
The 16th is not very far away.
well, I know, but I thought this, because we're talking about committees, so we're not there, what we're gonna put it on. Maybe I'm confused about what that says, but it says committee, I mean, we may be setting up a committee to have that conversation.
Right, so maybe in this meeting, you're setting up a committee that's charged to go look at pre-K and come up with that.
I don't,
I don't know.
So we can talk about the charges for the committees that we've talked about forming on the 16th. And if there's another committee, I mean, if we want to have a 1 month committee to go find some answers for pre-K, or, you know, we may just have a quick pre-K, we may have a pre-K discussion and come up with 5 things that we want to know by October 21st. Yes.
Could we make a decision? Do we have enough information right now today to make a decision on preschool?
That's what I was.
What's the question?
Location of preschool is moved to a parking lot. Do we want to run preschool a new thing? A new curriculum? Could we make that decision today, right now?
Do we have the space available?
And that's what I'm trying to get at. So what information do we need in order to make that decision? Because if we're telling ourselves we're going to make that decision on October 21st, then we need to task somebody, whether that be ourselves or the administration, with making sure that we have that information for the 21st.
Okay, so we need to know if we have the space. What else do we need to know?
The cost.
We have to desire. Will people use it? Does it exist?
Space, desire, cost.
Potential number of students.
I'm not sure that's no.
Getting that bill is. Making a list.
I'm not sure this requires a committee because we've already had the topic.
Okay.
We have already made the decision about pre-K.
Fair enough.
This is just about location.
This
Plus,
is
I feel like everyone's really gonna wanna have a say in it, and I want to hear what everyone has to say. So to have a committee say, okay, this is our suggestion, we're all still gonna have a say.
So we're gonna test it.
We're gonna have this conversation anyway. So
okay.
it has to
So
be
we're
straight.
figuring out right now what we need to know to have this conversation.
Yes, great.
Yeah. This is good.
So we got 4 things,
Space,
right? Space, cost,
Desire,
desire.
and what is desire?
Do you have students?
Is there, you know,
If you
are there
build it.
parents asking for it?
Have you
Are
had
there people who
requests?
want? Have you had
Survey
requests for
monkey,
pre-K?
something.
Maybe reach out to the parent advisory committee and ask their opinion.
Because parents need to, I mean,
Space, cost, desire, under desire, I have students, I have requests, I have PAC. What's the 4th thing you wanted?
That was it?
Did you say cost?
Space, cost, and desire. And under desire, students, requests, PAC.
And I guess feasibility, is it possible to pull together? Is it, I mean, is there
Well,
a reason it's?
wouldn't that information determine feasibility?
Yeah,
perfect.
Do you want a administrative recommendation?
yes.
So I can make the suggestion that go on as a topic for October 21st, because especially if there's a pack that has to meet, that may have already met, and not necessarily going to be in the next 12 months.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, done. And because this these topics would probably be out to the community. Do you want to say pre-K location or pre-K expansion to Newbrook?
Yep.
Yep.
We're gonna discuss it.
And something in the timeline, that still gives us the time to ask for feedback after that meeting for the public.
Yeah, because you can add it or subtract it from the budget up
That's what-
until
Right, so that'd be our first.
January 10th.
But we'll be able to give the administration guidance whether we want to include it or not.
Yes. Right.
My question was only making sure that the community had a chance to give us feedback at a board meeting.
Does this, you have enough time?
Yes, that's what I just asked him, he said,
Extra
great.
minutes already.
So,
Tom's not getting you the information.
your move is to have these, which might be policy. I heard communication a lot, so I don't want to lose sight of that because communication before the vote's very big, but also before and during the budget. So that may become a committee, but it might also be,
Lots of different scopes of committee out there. Like communication with the community about budget is a completely different thing than communicating with parents about, whatever, about the transition to preschool. This is a totally different communication needs and uses, so. Not sure how we-
So just a suggestion, I think there are a lot of incredibly important topics that we have coming up and work that needs to be done. Maybe we flesh out the topics and then attribute a committee if necessary. I think it's really important to, let's talk about the work and then the committee that might need to take it up.
great. You have a finite number of meetings. How do you want to spend them? Mike, put your hand up.
Well, I was just gonna mention that there was something that I put into the parking lot, which was school choice, and probably not I was wondering if we should survey the families who took advantage of that to find out why, right? So like, the natural inclination is to say, well, if everybody's leaving one school, maybe it's a school problem, but maybe it's not a school problem, maybe they just want to be closer to Leland and Gray. You know, like, so, because the parents work in Brattleboro, like, so to know that, I wonder if that would, like, not a high priority, but it might affect how we build the budget if we had that information. So I just wanted to throw that out.
What's the timeline for best feedback? Is it best-
Yeah, when would you want that info by?
Well, like, if we agreed to some questions, you could send out the survey to those families, and I guess it's a question to the board. Does the board feel like that information would be good to have before we build our budget? Or is it not gonna really change anything and we can kick that can down the road?
So clarifying question from my outsider's view. With Act 46 school choices happening, correct? So it's not like we would change school choice, correct?
Well, we have elementary school choice, which we didn't necessarily have to do, right?
Okay.
But I agree with elementary school choice, so.
I'm not stating, I'm asking because that makes a very big difference between whether we're just getting feedback about what they thought about how it worked, or if we're saying, should we go back to no choice? Like, those are really big.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just, like, from
You're
my.
not talking about an evaluation of whether or not
No,
to continue.
No, not at all. I'm just wondering, like, you know, was it the quality of the after-school programs at Townsend that made a lot of people come, or was it simply that, you know, parents already had a kid at LNG and, you know, they wanted to just be all in the same town for convenience, you know?
Why did you make the choice?
Why did you make the choice? So we could, as a board, actually have some information as to why that happened, you know?
Kind of back to equity.
Yeah,
Right, something here.
yeah. And just because, you know, one of the things that people, like, I wonder, like, why did so many people leave mostly out of one school, right? You know, so it just, something that I think the board should understand more. Doesn't necessarily have to be one of our first meetings, but could it potentially affect the budget? Possibly. You know, we might learn some things that we could just, you know, deploy in other schools and then make every school its best potential.
Okay. So the idea, thank you for clarifying that. I just want to make sure I wasn't leading down the wrong path. So I'm not sure where the survey, if that happens as a topic or if that's a committee.
Well, I think
or
just
if it's
as the board, we
information.
have to figure out what the questions we'd want to ask in the survey, and then let Bill and his team go do the survey.
Well, I agree, because we've also had like questions come up. How do we make this program look more appealing now that there's less students in the building? Was one topic, if I remember correctly.
And so it was like, it was almost asking that question of what was lacking, because you want to make it more appealing. After all those kids left that one building, and it does, for us, we can't make things better if we don't know if things are wrong. You know what I mean? I'm not saying there was anything wrong, because I don't know.
No, we don't. Okay, Lindsay, go ahead.
So,
More
just
information is worse than.
piggybacking on what Al said earlier, maybe it would be helpful if we had a separate piece of paper and made a big long list of here's all the things, I just want to throw it out there, this is something that's important to me that we haven't brought up, that I want to bring up this year. And let's have a list, and then let's know what things we're going to talk about, and then we can all put our things out, and then we'll decide where they fit, and does this need to happen before budgeting or after budgeting, and we can go through the whole big list when we have, because one thing might inform another thing, and then there may be more than one thing that's connected, and maybe it's a good idea to just have the big picture before we start trying to fill things in. Let's know what the things we're going to put on there are.
Right, so I'm going to make an amendment to that because we could be here
Yeah.
a long time. So what I would suggest is right now, again, coming back to, so that kind of parking lot item, it sounds like that's a task that we're going to figure out when that's going to happen, that the board members want to know about that. Like more
I was just asking if we wanted to put it on one of those agendas.
So that's one of the
Sooner
things.
rather than later.
And then we have all these big things, these big topics that we know. So maybe, we can scratch that out. This is perfect. So let's get some of those big topics out on here, and then we might find we have too many on one, we might have a survey, and we can move them around. So let's get those big topics like Al alluded to. Drew, go for it.
So I think a big important topic for budget season is unique needs of our schools. We need to hear from them as a topic. And if we hear from them after we've done the budget, that's not right. We need to hear from them before we do the budget. The budget and programming go together. So, well, I'm assuming that we'll hear from administration, we'll hear from our principals, we'll hear from our PACs. But we need to make sure that we make time in our agenda to hear from our schools before the budget's done.
October.
So I'm saying that in October, I'm going to throw it out there, and I'm going to say that survey should probably be part of that work too, right? Like why did you move to where you moved, and maybe working that, don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put administrative reports or school reports.
That's fine, but I also caution us on valuing our school choice program
Okay.
that early. I think when
okay.
Mike was saying when, I think evaluating our school choice program after.
People have taken advantage.
Yeah,
But Mike has a good point though, that what if everybody all right, we're gonna leave this school and go to this school because of this particular, because this school we came to has this thing. If we all know before budget season that this thing is the important thing that's drawing people, maybe we need that in more schools than one.
Yes.
right.
That's the
And
driving.
I wasn't talking about evaluating the whole program, just the
Right, right.
reasons why.
So I'm wondering if we can narrow that down even and send out a survey just to the people who moved.
That's what I said.
Yeah, just those.
Just the people who took advantage.
And it could even be through the PACs that gets managed. We can,
Because I do hear what you're saying, evaluate, because we don't want this to turn into an evaluation.
No.
Emma?
Because we probably, parents are just barely beginning to take advantage of the choice, right? So they have very clear reasons, but those clear reasons could actually change in 6 months from now or in 3 months from now. Which means the value of feedback from them right now may not be the same as the value from feedback from them in March, right? So I guess, and I'll just expand my comments to, in general, that when we are going to survey, we need to be very clear about what it is we're trying to find out. What is the answers? What are the answers going to inform us on? So if we're not considering a change at this point in time, and we just want to look at, we need to know ahead of time. That's all I'm saying. I'm very cautious about opening up.
So let me try it right now. Can I put that on as a topic for September to talk about that school choice survey and think about what it is that it would be? Or is this something you want to discuss now? Because we keep coming back to this kind of small thing and I want to get bigger.
Yeah, I feel like it's too.
Well, and I guess my reason for wanting to see it sooner is like, if we somehow found out that, hey, it was really the quality of the after-school programs, that's something that we could offer in other schools, and that would be good for us to know before we build a budget. It could be not have anything to do with that, but we don't know.
We don't know.
Was that part of the questions when people asked me? I know there was a process that we went through.
Some people answered the
That's what I'm
question
trying to
why,
say.
some
Do we
people did
have, okay, so, but do we have
not.
a?
We don't have an equality yet.
And the program was more successful than we thought, right? So like a lot of people took advantage of it. So, you know, there'd be new voices potentially answering now than before.
What's the timeline for new people for next year?
March.
So March seems like a big timeline. If people are going to be doing school choice, we should probably evaluate March.
The other thing is impact on budget. We need to understand, that's the other thing I'm trying to figure out. We can change things, right? We pass a budget, but there are shifts we make.
Yeah, you guys pass a bottom line budget.
Right, exactly. So it doesn't mean we can't make shifts after the budget. I'm a little mindful and worried about us sending a message that we're questioning already, something that we've only just barely started. We haven't even allowed parents.
But it's not questioning the effectiveness of
I
the
understand.
system, it's questioning what can we do to, is the system we currently have, do we have feedback about that, about what's currently?
And I get that, but we have to be very careful that we have to be very deliberate in that. So I agree, put it on the agenda so that if we're going to go forward with that, we have to be very clear that we're not questioning it.
Okay.
You know, this is what we're doing it for. And we need to agree.
And I hear unintended consequences. That's what I'm hearing. Like, unintended consequences of putting out a survey this early makes people think that there's something wrong with choice.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't go out to everybody. It would only be those people who took advantage.
So let's put it on the agenda so we can say it to everybody and deal with it as an entity. At the same time that we're looking at the administration reports and what's happening in all the schools. And if a school if one of the reasons, say, is an after-school program, everybody left because we don't have as good of an after-school program, then the PAC should be telling us that. That's the job of the PAC. And so if those things come in anyway, that can be incorporated in that. And
So make it one of the topics of the
So that's
PACs
part of that.
to report to us in October. What are you hearing? What's the rumble on the street?
right, that's the point, right?
Bill, would it be appropriate to say between now and then, could you put out a survey to the people that elected school choice and ask them if they would please share why? If we were very clear about the purpose. Why did you make the choice you did? The purpose of this is to help the board understand programming.
I can do whatever the board.
I'm not
wants
giving
me
you
to
a
do.
charge. I'm gonna tell you what to do.
I think the information is valuable. I don't think it will affect dramatically the budget preparation. I think Mike makes a good point that if we talk to 21 people and 19 people say the same thing, that would be good to know before you do a budget. I worry about unintended consequences. I worry about it being viewed as an evaluation of the program. And then, quite frankly, I kind of want to know a little later as to how they feel about their school choice.
So,
I'd kind of like to know that,
Mike, do you?
because I want to.
But I'm gonna okay, so Joe and then Lindsay, go ahead.
Can
And
we,
then, sorry.
as a board, reach out to our administrators, principals, to go back to their PACs and get the information that way as to why the choice was made? Much less informal than a survey, just as informative. Maybe a dialogue with the parents and the PAC about, why did you make the choice you made that comes
You're
back
new
this way.
here, why'd you come?
That
That's-
it probably has less of the unintended consequence because of how it's coming, and we still get essentially the information that we want, especially where, Bill's saying it has minimal budget impact. And it minimizes the unintended consequence.
So I'm gonna stop.
approach does that. No, it's not bad, 'cause
I'm
it
gonna norm
misses.
bust you
We
right
chose
now. I'm
one.
gonna norm bust. I'm
Norm
gonna
bust.
Safety. We've had a couple interruptions and people not going in order. So I'm gonna stop you right now. I'm gonna let Joe finish and I'm gonna go Lindsay, Ken, and then Bill, if you have more to add.
That's actually exactly what I was going to say, was that if the PACs can be in charge of this, it can just as easily come from the PAC saying, hey, why did you come here? What is it about us that you love? And then that's just as easy of a way to gather the information in a much more positive way as in a what do you hate? It's what did you love? And then also we'll know without having any of those unintended consequences.
Great. And then Ken?
No, I was just trying to figure out where the work would wind up being easily done, and that makes sense to do it with the pack. But there's the biggest shift of it's going to be, okay, all you people came, because the biggest shift was to Townsend. So the town, we're all asking the Townsend pack to do most of the work right now.
Welcome to your job.
No, I'm just, and it's just pointing out that it's like, okay, so all of a sudden you have, what is it, 20 new kids, 18 new kids coming?
25, right?
20, how many?
20
What was the final number?
I think it's 22.
Okay, so 22, so you have to find out from 22 people, or approximately 22 people, why they chose to come, and, because you don't have to find out who chose to leave, but what drew you to this school?
Right.
What drew you to this school, and what drew you to this school?
So
I just find it interesting.
I'm just gonna make a point of clarification. Every student made a choice, every family made a choice.
Yes.
Right.
So like going through the pack, and you're talking to your whole school community, you're saying, why did you choose Newbrook? Why did you choose Townsend? Why did you choose Jamaica? So we don't necessarily, it doesn't sound like from what you're saying, you don't have to necessarily target those 22. You're gonna ask every student because they've made a choice, their family made a choice to do that.
Well, what's interesting is, let me piggyback off of that. What you're saying is then you can go to a family that chose to stay in their own town and say, why did you choose to stay instead of not go?
Yeah, absolutely. So Bill and then Mike. Bill, did you have comments still?
Not now.
Okay, Mike.
Well, I just wonder about the quality of the data we get when we introduce a pack and an administrator into that equation, right? Like you might get more direct or truthful answers to a somewhat blind survey than, like if, hypothetically, if there was an administrator that you didn't like and you don't want to say, well, it's because of you, and your kid still goes to that school, right, or whatever. So, the quality of the data might not be the same if you go through intermediaries as if you just task the SU and our administrator with putting out some questions and finding the data that way. Just
So can I offer a compliment? You don't mind just standing here. The pack work going forward, like I've heard here, getting feedback about why did you choose your school, getting the information. And then the compromise or consensus, I heard March is when school choice is gonna come again. Maybe that's the time to put out that survey to get that blind information as well. That maybe that's, the board develops that survey, but what that looks like. So you have that quantitative data actually, that you can look at. And it's not causing any unintended consequences of making people think that you're reversing the decision. Would that work?
I'm good with it.
You're gonna shake it?
I just want to say one thing. I think we need to be thinking about whether we are making decisions today in a retreat about whether we're going to survey about school choice when we're just at a retreat. I think this needs to be a topic that we have at a board meeting, that we discuss whether we're going to survey, whether we're going to, I'm fine with the timeline and all that. I just am mindful of what we're here today to do, and that's not board work. It's board work. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
We're not supposed to be doing the work. So
We're definitely
cautious
cautious right now,
about
so I'm trying not to overstep my goal, but we're definitely in the weeds. I'm trying to respect that. So. Drew.
Can we move on to another?
Yes, please.
I know we've talked a lot about building issues, and I would suggest that we have to have a discussion at a topic budget meeting board for the building, and I would say later because our director of operations is currently digging and buried in many, many building issues. So if we could squeak it down in our budget process, knowing that it's going to be a big number, but maybe not put it first because there's a ton of work that needs to be done. So maybe at a December meeting.
That could be building or facilities
December
building, report out.
On the building needs. That's you have some idea, but I want to give them as much time as we can to get the information we need.
So just to clarify, what I think I hear you saying is you would like to hear a recommendation from the Director of Operations on the facilities in which this board is responsible at a December 16th meeting.
Gives him time to do an audit.
Is that
That is a good time. That's a reasonable time.
I saw some faces kind of go, Is December too soon, too late?
when would we have to have the final budget? I think that informs the,
January 20th.
okay, so only 1 month out,
I mean, you can
Maybe.
shoot for November 18th, but
too early? Yeah.
We could
Even
schedule a
prelim?
meeting in between.
Maybe we could have some of the information
So we can have an update.
and then make a final decision in December for the final budget in January.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
So what, how about this? What if the information was provided to you all December 1st? Allowing absorption, collection, you know what I mean?
Well, think about ahead of the board meeting, and that's what we've agreed,
Right.
part of our norms, we're
And
gonna.
that
do
would
all
give
the
you,
time.
because it's gonna be a lot of info to
There's-
digest.
Yeah.
And that still gives 3 full months of collection.
Yeah.
So the committee will meet.
And we'll establish a committee that will be meeting in between.
Got,
But the board will get to have a recommendation December 1st from the Director of Operations.
great.
I think that gives us enough time for you guys to be full, because it's big, this is big. That's good. Exactly.
Okay, what other big topics do we have?
Another thing we should have. This is the timeline. Facilities. I just wanted our script.
Okay. You're probably right. So we should also add facilities to September 16th, just to talk about the timeline and that it's big and that it's coming.
What was surprising?
And the building committee, I think, will be meeting probably in September and October and November. Not necessarily will we have anything to report back, but building committee and director of operations will be working for those 3 months. And, may very well come to the board and say, okay, here's where we are now, what do you think?
So,
Sorry.
sorry, was I next? I apologize. I think, and I don't know where it should fall, but we should do some kind of a gap analysis, like we come up with these values, what we value. Is there anything in any of our facilities that we're missing? So based on what we value, do we need to plug in X here or Y there? Go ahead, Lindsay.
To go with that, let's make sure that we're putting those evaluations that Drew talked about earlier in all these things. So all of the big changes that we've made this year that Joe went through, all the big things that we've done, we should have some sort of time span and then an evaluation of those decisions. So how is the 6th grade working? Do we wait till the end of the year to have that conversation? I think we should have some sort of conversation before the end of the year, but how did all of these things go?
So to clarify, that work, is that a topic that the board would work on together? Like, you said gap analysis, but I'm almost saying like alignment of values in the work you're doing, or is that?
Yeah, so as you're putting together everything that we've talked about as our values, is there anything specifically within a building or in general that we're just missing? Like, so here's something that we want, do we not have it? And then bring it back to the board and see is it feasible? Can we even manage it budget-wise? Yes, no?
So I think that is going to absolutely be what that budget process is. Because, for example, the foreign language that was a value that was not put in this budget.
Right.
We didn't do a gap analysis when we were building the budget based on those values. So I see that as integral to, you got your values up, you guys are building a budget. Are you including the things you say you value or not?
Makes sense. Yeah.
Would it make sense to put values down, board values on the 18th, just to make sure that we bring that
Value alignment.
value
Yes.
to happen?
Yes, that's really. And then did anybody else have their hand up? I don't want to be, you did, go ahead.
Can I get back to Lindsay real quick? Are you changing topics?
No, I was going to follow up on
Okay,
that.
okay, good. Go for it. Go for it, Bill, then. If you're on the same topic.
I didn't know if you were tasking yourself with coming up with that gap analysis for the meeting.
Yes, let's do that.
because we need to have the information. So you're gonna have that for us?
On November 4th.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
So Lindsay
Thank you.
talked about
Oh,
food
yeah,
service,
someone-
grade
someone-
6, and school choice being some major things that have changed that I heard as accomplishments of this board. And you were looking at when do we come back to talk about and give feedback about how that's going. Okay.
So I was going to suggest February is the perfect time for that because you guys have already locked down a budget. It's halfway through the year. It gives you an opportunity to reflect back on the execution of what you guys have put in place while the budget has already been put to bed.
All right, so
That's just a suggestion.
the suggestion has been made that,
There's no way to possibly get the information, enough information before budget season to make an educated decision about whether or not it was super successful or not. So, might as well wait till all the way after.
so I would write, the topic I would put down is reflection on board accomplishments, and I'll parenthetically write food program grade 6.
And that may end up, depending on what that evaluation is, how,
It's a progress report, right? If you guys need info, so that you guys can, because you're not going to change the budget.
right, but I feel like it should, it should be more than just progress though. There should be some sort of evaluation of success. I don't know what that looks like, but I feel like the food program is, I mean, you can say, okay, well, we fed this many mouths, and that's
A year-over-year comparison.
good, but is there a further evaluation possible? Especially for things like, maybe not for the food program, but for the 6th grade, I feel like there's probably more evaluation necessary. I don't know what it is yet, but, yeah.
And I just wanted to tack on to that. Is it really just reflection on moving 6th grade, or is it reflection on creating middle school?
Correct.
Or is it both? Like, if it's not, what do you do?
We did it. Does it feel like more of a middle school now? What is,
That's why,
like,
if you really evaluate.
What if it is that you're asking, Chris is coming to talk about the food program and you're getting information, you're inviting community to give their feedback as well? And then middle school would be Pam and Bob, I'm assuming, or others. And then choice might be part of, I don't know if choice belongs there, we're going to talk about it in March.
Right.
So I hear you,
I want measurable, that's, I guess, something measurable. You know, other than just like, it feels nice. I just want something
I
measurable.
think some of those things are hard because there's nothing to measure against. We're creating the bar.
I'm wondering too, if the school climate surveys that come out in May, if that might be something to think about, because that's going to show you information definitely about your middle school program in here. This might be the report out, but this will be the, is it working?
Right.
At least for
That
that
would be
one.
Yes,
good.
progress report. That's better. I'm in.
Yeah,
I'm hooked.
Whatever.
That happened.
Okay,
yeah. Yeah, it's progress report and then reflection.
okay.
Perfect.
That's
I like
good.
it.
The survey, yeah.
Done.
Bill?
So,
Sorry.
just to clarify, school surveys go to parents, they go to staff, and to, so parents and community, staff, and to students. So there's 3 pieces, that's not just one. Go for it.
Annual report, we have to have that out, goes out with their budget, all that stuff. We got heavily criticized last year about the work that we did with that, January.
That has to be published January.
So should we, the board, put that as a topic to review at our January meeting?
No, before
Probably,
that.
well, I think it's too late in
We can't,
January.
well, we can't put the annual report out if we're going to finalize the budget, because the budget means we need a report, so.
But we can talk about timeline, what we want in it, and all that. We could say, because I was just looking at it, there's no warning in it.
Right.
And I just think that maybe we can improve on this, and so I hear what you're saying.
So really what you want prior to any of that is, and this would be reasonable, is October 21st to see an entire budget development timeline, including
Great.
annual report.
Love it.
Okay.
That's great.
Do you need to put annual report here or no?
Yes, put it down. Can't hurt.
We're voting in the end of March again?
I think it's March 27th.
It was last year, March 27th.
Oh,
It's the same
pretty
time-
good.
Yeah, it's the same timeline is what I'm trying to get at.
It'll be whatever that Wednesday.
It was March 27th.
Okay. Whatever that equivalent Wednesday.
There's some voting happening here. Do you need to do anything here about communication or anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll communicate probably in February,
February
March.
and March.
We should put it regardless.
Yep.
You can have it.
I was gonna say the same.
You're doing really well down there. Better than me.
What do we call it?
So by April, we'll have to deal with whatever
Policy.
new laws that Emily passes that are affecting her.
Exactly. Policy.
Whatever new legislation is, by April, we'll know. Well,
But that's actually a really, I mean, safety on the laws, but, if there are new things coming down from the AOE to enact in 2021, when will you know?
Well, they tried to tell us in the beginning of June what we're gonna do for last year's budget, so. I don't know. It's a good question. So, anything that happens in the legislature, we may know ahead of time, but, by the time we adjourn, which is, beginning to mid-May, it's election year, so it'll be earlier rather than later probably. And, so before the middle, around of the meeting, if we're lucky. That's when we'll know whether there have been any significant changes. I know pre-K is on a topic that is going to
Come hard and heavy now.
yeah, that's probably the highest level of education things that I can identify.
That's the
Who
only
knows?
one I have.
Something always surprises us, but pre-K is going to be tough.
So if we know pre-K is there's gonna have to be discussion at the board level. Do you want to try to plug in some time just so you have that? Know your dates now, or are you gonna wait to see what happens first?
Because it's after our budget anyway, I don't see how it really matters until we adjourn. Or you'll be updating us, you always do.
Yeah.
Update us on the work that's being done. Because the only thing that I will bring up, and I put it on the question, no, I put it on one of those things there, was the special ed piece, which got delayed a year, but
Right.
being delayed a year, being delayed a year only means that we have to discuss it during budget. It's potentially a significant change in special ed funding. And this is the memos that we talked about as a board. All I'm saying is for timeline, that may or may not need to be discussed during budget, but those things can pop up. We just never know.
Yeah, I don't think
That
you
was
can
the-
pre-plan.
That was the AOE. I don't have a planner.
So think about your values, think about the challenges, and then you've been serving on the board for a while. Think about some of the topics that your board dealt with in the last year in different configurations. Are there things are you looking at this saying, oh, we better leave time for this? Drew, go ahead, I can tell.
So we have surveys. Is there a point where we're going to get student data? When does that come out?
You guys will get that in October.
So we should probably leave room for our student data on our agenda.
Yeah, October 21st, you're going to get the student data reports.
Do you want it here as part of the admin reports? Make sure we have SBAC on there? That's, you're
Yeah.
talking about the Sun of the General, correct?
Yep.
We got a long way to go.
They're practicing it on the 25th at the WCSU, very efficient. 2 slides per principal, per building.
You'll get the information 3 weeks in advance.
What about that stuff about the high quality instruction definition, is that is that a September thing? Or is that not till after that?
Depends what you want to do with it.
I thought you were going to take a stab at it. Is that what we talked about? You talking about what we put up for values?
Right, definition for high quality instruction
Discussing high
from the, well,
16, we're doing that early.
Yeah. This is what we expect of everybody. What does it mean? This is what we're valuing. What does it mean? And how do we measure it?
And I thought we were gonna have Jen come up with
Yeah,
a working definition. for
Yeah,
that.
that's so
yeah.
So what I understand is I'll come up with something for you to work from, and then you can discuss that at your.
That's exactly right.
Right.
Trying to see that far over. No, to the values. All over to the values.
Are you running that, Steve?
No, not at all.
Well, and I
Alright.
think it's okay to
There we
get
go.
necessarily filled in on a couple of dates. It's like, stuff will come up.
I feel like stuff's gonna come up. I feel like you're gonna.
Yeah, we don't have to fill
Always.
everything.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that the administration anticipate, like the school climate survey? I had forgotten all about that. Are there any other things that are regular reporting?
Well, I'm definitely not putting it on October 21st.
It's a short-
November 18th, we do have to, well, that'll be committee work, then. The proficiency based. So that's good, that'll be a good committee work.
there anything to do with
That'll be a policy.
union negotiations that we would have to?
Again, that'll be a subcommittee that, and that'll be WCSU wide. So that'll just be an update in executive session based on what's going on. And that won't get rolling until after budget time because they have to go through mediation. We won't know until December 15th what it looks like.
And is there anything left over from any of the disbanding boards that we will have to absorb or
December is the date.
discuss?
Oh, because December
I think
31st,
town
they go out of business.
Is everybody, yeah, because they're officially done at the end.
They will be done with all their money stuff next month. I mean, really, they're just finishing up any of that stuff, and then
When the audits come back,
the audits will come back. No, I don't foresee any. All the finances have already taken care of.
Somehow my husband seems to think that there's so much work when he goes away.
No,
Oh, he embellishes.
Do you think?
I think you're going to be fine.
Anything with transportation? I've heard that come up a lot today. Is there anything that would need to be on here?
You could add that to the December 1st. Yeah, that gives us enough time.
Report on transportation.
Well, because we're gonna need to have that for the budget.
We talked about, right, we talked about communicating it and all that, so that's good.
I heard things about after-school programs, enrichment, athletics. Is that something that needs to show up here as a topic somewhere? It might be part of administrative report. It might just be part of that.
Well,
Check the
and
list.
I would just remind the board that you'll see on the agenda that you'll have an opportunity at each board meeting to task the administration with specific things that you want for upcoming meetings. So you don't have to pre-think everything as everything comes up. There's a lot.
This is helpful.
Maybe we get to buy off.
I'd like to suggest,
Maybe.
as a board, as a healthy organization, you spend time in June looking back and talking about what you did really well and the work you've done, or sharing your successes. I like that. That'd be a huge thing. It's not more work.
Reflection.
I'm gonna write it up, but you guys don't have to do it.
Do it.
That's great.
March. Yeah, March is when we have the reorganization, board organization.
Oh, yeah, that was going to be, yeah, you're voting.
So that's that. That was Drew.
Oh, we will do board reorg. Well, we won't do board reorg then, because we'll have an at-large vote on March 22nd.
Oh, really?
So it'll be April.
This goes here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. I didn't
Which
know
one
this
you
was
guys
just,
are
this was just saying, we're gonna wait till you write it out.
Well, you might still brief new board members anyway.
We should have
You
3
won't
up
completely
every year from this way.
Some of them get elected in March, some get elected.
Right.
Right. Town meeting will be
For-
what do you call it?
At large.
At large, yes.
Town representative.
We should have a Townsend person, we should have a Newfane person. I have to check on the window.
Do we have to do that?
Any other,
Yes.
so any other topics?
They have to be voted on. I'll tell you this. You want me to
Try
tell
to
you?
keep us out of the weeds if we can, for a little bit here.
At large.
Because you have to do a Australian ballot vote. And since we're doing the
So does
budget
not-
on March 22nd,
So I'm just coming from a new thing perspective, we're already electing Australian.
you are, but not every other town.
Well, they ought to get that.
So I'm gonna ask us to get back on topic a little bit, just so we don't go too far in the weeds, because I know Bill has a topic to bring up with you as well. I think we're at a good stopping point. This is a great first start, or I think it's gonna be, looks like you've got your majors on here, and as you establish your committees and your sub-work here, that may change what happens. And I wrote committees on here with the idea that that might be report outs or things that you need them to do, but it doesn't have to show up. Good?
Thank you.
All right. Awesome. Okay. Hang in there.
Right.
So, I had last on the agenda was school visitation by school board members, and Bill was gonna facilitate that part. And then, I'll just, back to the, I have 5 minutes. Wrap up. We're close.
So I think we have 30 minutes slotted, but I just wanted to bring this up because you guys are a new board and you all have developed relationships with your original boards if you were on the original board, and now you're on the new board, and I thought it was important for us to have the discussion about board visitation to schools so that we're all on the same page, because I got to see every board work and every board did it differently, and I think you all should do it uniformly. So I looked at the VSBA policy. You guys don't have a policy on it, but I like the model policy, which is simply that the board's role and responsibility is to support the schools, and if you have information that you want to gather, for example, if you want to come and have a tour of the school and the principal walks you around because you're really interested in the investment that you're making in the pre-K expansion, well, that is an interest that you have that you want to know more about. That makes sense. But I don't want board members going in and telling principals what to do. That's my job. And I want to make sure that everybody is comfortable with that, and also everybody acts in that same way. But I also don't want it to be unwelcoming, because you guys are responsible for 600 students, and I want you to know what investments you're making. So the suggestion from the VSBA is simply to encourage visitation by school board members. It's done through the superintendent. You tell me what you're interested in doing. It could be as simple as, I've never been in all 5 of the buildings that I'm responsible for, and I would like to visit them. And then it would be my responsibility to take your request and figure out how to facilitate. You could adopt a policy on that. I don't have a model for you now. We could go through our policy committee to do that. But as school was starting, and you guys are a new board, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to at least hear my opinion and recommendation and see if you guys had any feedback. Because I know it's new and formal.
So if we follow that, you potentially have 11 times you could take board members to a school.
Well, I would.
Well,
I would
I'm
take
just
a
saying.
request and I would delegate that responsibility. If it was particular to curriculum, I might ask my director of curriculum to do that.
But it doesn't really matter. I'm just saying 11 potential visits. Is there a better way we could handle that? And should those be at the direction of the board, not the individual board member? We don't operate as individual board members. We operate as a board. Other than that, I mean, parents can go in all the time whenever their principal says it's okay. But if you're going in as a West River board member, operating as a West River board member, I don't think that's appropriate unless the board has directed that. Or that's how my perspective.
Right, I was going to say
I'm
that as
very
a
cautious
board
about
decision.
board members entering a building, even with the principal saying, yay, that's fine. I think if we're going as a West River board member, maybe we should consider, because I agree that it would be wonderful to be able to get into the schools at some point. Maybe we should have a couple of opportunities when there could be a tour for board members to be able to go in. And then anybody who had time to take advantage of it, we could have a couple of opportunities and do it that way.
I'm game for whatever. I just want to set myself up as the gatekeeper.
Bill, I believe we actually had opportunities from, I know Newbrook and Townsend, there was something going on up there that they sent out, and also Jamaica. That, the board members are welcome to come and.
Are you talking
At
about
an
a
event or
specific
something? Yeah.
event?
That was
That's
the
a different thing, because I think if we're invited to an event, and I'm sure we
Absolutely.
run that by you, and that's a different thing
Yeah.
completely. And I think that's wonderful. I know Newbrook was always wonderful about inviting people to come to their field day thing and that sort of thing, because they have outdoor pizza and all that. That's different. That goes through the.
And I don't want to discourage that. I'm just talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
Here's what I don't want.
Board
Let me just be
driven.
frank. Yes. I don't want any 11 of you showing up at one of the buildings unannounced. I just don't want that. I don't want to put the people that I'm supervising in that position. That's what I'm saying.
And I go further than
And
that.
I don't think you guys would do that,
We would also have to.
but I just wanted to make it clear for everyone.
I would just take it a step further and say, I think it's inappropriate for a board member to go in even, I don't know why you would give permission for individual board members to go in. For what purpose, as a board member to go in? If we're going in to review a school, we should have a reason for going in, not just because I'm curious. We can do the I'm curious, and then we have a time frame for it. I mean, those schools are busy and they're educating kids. I don't want that to be that random. That's all I'm saying.
I just want the board
We
to
should
make
go
the
in.
decision.
Just do it.
This is your call.
I'm not giving an opinion of the board. I'm giving my opinion. And I would be very cautious about that.
So I think a good example of when it would be appropriate is, so say for example, the building committee, we should be going to, with the director of operations to an individual building to say, to kind of flesh out the report, here's what it says in the report, here's what it physically looks like, and then just to kind of help us better understand. So that's just an example of a purpose.
Mike.
I'm fine with Bill being the gatekeeper, and I'm actually fine with what Emily said about, like, maybe we just set up a date for the board members to whatever. I'm just a little cautious about having the whole rest of the board be the gatekeeper, right? So I'm fine with Bill doing it, or I'm fine with having it open at certain times for that reason, but, I mean, we are responsible, so we should be able to do that in the appropriate way.
Okay. Thoughts? Thank you.
I don't know what.
Well, Bill obviously said he wants to be the gatekeeper, and then Emily said, well, maybe, she had reservations about us going in at all as board members, but then she also said individually. But then she also said the field trips invite to the whole board is, I think, a happy medium, right? That way You know, but I would just like, if somebody says, hey, I really think we should get into this building and see this construction project, and then for whatever reason, the rest of the board says, no, I don't think you need to, well, then how are you making a fully informed decision? That's all. But that, we have the solution.
I trust Bill to be the gatekeeper. I don't
Yeah,
feel
I
like we
do
need to
too.
micromanage things. I think if you start to feel overwhelmed by it, then maybe we could reevaluate it, but that.
So my purpose for saying it was exactly that. We shouldn't be micromanaging. Individual board members don't have any authority whatsoever on their own. So what's the purpose of them going in? I love the idea of committees and of invitations and real purposes. But when we are only acting individually, just because we're curious about something, that's a change, is what I say, from anything we've ever done before. What's the purpose?
So is it okay to say visitation through a bill with veto power? Yes.
And are we going to ask for feedback from individuals who go in? I mean, so that we all have the same information that that person got, because I think that that would be very important. If a board member is going in acting as a board member to review something going on in a building, the full board would need to have feedback on that, right? Sure.
I think this is a dangerous discussion. So, November, we're gonna have a discussion about budget, and I don't really like the widget program at the high school, so I'm gonna go and I'm gonna evaluate the widget program by sitting in the widget program for the next 45 minutes and decide that I don't like the teacher, I don't like the widget machine, I don't like the program, I don't like the number of students, and I'm gonna base a decision on what? I think this is a very dangerous discussion when we're having board members access what? For what? I completely agree with Al that there's going to be a time where there's a building project where there's a, let's go take a look at the new boiler that we just spent $400,000 on. There's going to be times, but when it comes to looking at, I want to go watch the principal work. It's completely, or the teacher work, it's completely inappropriate for a board member. That's the superintendent's responsibility. I would hope that nobody would ever ask to enter a school building to sit in a classroom and watch in the capacity of a board member. I think that's inappropriate.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess I never assumed somebody would ask that.
I don't think anybody would.
Hopefully Bill will be like, no.
Yeah.
Well, you just
I'm very comfortable saying that.
You just offered it.
But that's,
Let's make that a rate-off, no. Active
Yeah.
classroom, no.
How about this? What if we start this way? Why don't I set up a couple field trip opportunities that are amenable to when the principals would be available? I'll publicize them to you over the next couple of months. And in general, committee work all makes sense about any kind of things, but everything still flows through me. And let's see how that goes, and I'll report back to the board. That's fine. Mid-year.
And you may be able to connect that with some of the wonderful things going on in schools, like Newburgh has their field day or something like that.
But the original point that Ken said, when it's a school event, that is a community event,
Then every
board members are encouraged to attend, just like I went to the soccer game yesterday, right? I'm not intimidating any of the sixth graders sitting there throwing peanuts at me.
But that's an invitation, right?
That's
To
not
all
true.
the-
No, I showed up.
No.
No, that's not true. I heard you did intimidate someone.
I'm talking about board members coming to an event at a school. We don't necessarily know about that unless we're parents, that it's going on. So every board member should be invited
We
to
will,
those at once.
we will keep you
That's
informed
all.
of those opportunities.
And I think that's great.
Yes.
I was
So-
only talking about individual.
So here's how I'm operating. Is I'm going to be the gatekeeper. I'm going to set up a couple field trip opportunities. I'm going to inform you of events, and the expectation is your committee work is probably going to lead you to the most opportunities. Everybody cool? Rocking it.
Can we tie in the field trips with promotion?
Was it? And here's
The West River Board just.
What do you do if you get 6 members?
To see the
that
brand new
won't
boiler.
Then you have to
Or-
I will know.
It'll have to.
I'm only going to let 5 of you go at a
Yeah,
time.
multiple trips.
Oh, let 5 go to
You're not meeting.
There's some some flexibility.
I don't know if you're all going at the same
But
time.
not a tour. And we could all show up at an event that we were invited to, because we're not doing board business, but actually a tour that's more than 5 people would have to be.
Right.
You can burn
It's open meetings if you want.
That's good.
We just have to.
It's just like, well, how many times, like, as New Brooks had sent to the board, you know, we're having this going on, and you're all welcome to come, and it was like, well, if you and you were going, then I can't go, because that'll make 5, and
There's a distinction around that. Like, we can all show up at a basketball game, but we shouldn't be sitting together talking about board business.
Right.
Well, 5 of you can, not 6.
right, no.
Well, I'm just saying, 6 people could be at a New Brook ball game, but without warning it.
All right, I feel good. You guys are
We're
good.
good.
No worries.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay, so we made it back on our agenda time with that. It's amazing. So we are wrapping up. We went through the parking lot. We've gone through a lot. Does anyone have anything burning that they came in? Maybe last night you thought the one thing I want to talk about is this. And I think if you haven't gotten a chance to say what that is, we're not going to talk about it now. But we're going to. Any pressing? Fantastic day. I am going to go around and do something we call sharing successes. So it is a fast, I'll give you a moment to think, this is your first time doing it. At the end of our meetings, we take a moment to share a success, and that can be personal or professional. And we can go in any order, but almost always we go around a circle. So sharing personal or professional success and celebration that you want to share with the group.
Nothing to do with this.
If you do it, any brave volunteers to go?
I'll start.
Bill will start.
So I sent you all the cabinet report for the month. I encourage you to click on the link that says Base Camp. This is year 4 for 11 out of the 13 people on our leadership team. Only 2 people existed that's principals and cabinet members, or director of finance, director of curriculum, prior to 2016. 80% of our students are in new school districts. They may be in the same school building, but they're governed by a different governing board. We did an activity on our opening day where we divided into 5 areas of Dutton Gym. Were you pre-2016, hired in 16, hired in 17, hired in 18, hired in 19, and it was almost 20% for everything. So we've got 80% of all of our people were hired in the last 3 years. And it's a nice slideshow just to look through, but it's kind of our opening day of our connecting our work to where we are as a group, kind of acclimating to what we call base camp after this long, arduous 3-year climb where we're setting up systems, where we're creating curriculum, where we're creating intervention systems, where we have new people to deliver on the promise of all the values you guys talk about. And it was a really uplifting morning and day, followed by 3 very successful professional development days. So I just really encourage you to check that out. That was a huge success for our team, and I wanted you guys to be able to experience a little bit of that.
It's great. Personal, professional.
Just force them to do it.
Taking a pass.
Personal, I can go personal. I'll go personal. I did my first PT yesterday for my back. How's that?
That's good.
Right. So I can't move today. No.
Al, go ahead.
So I successfully got into the Boston Marathon.
After the knee injury?
Yeah. So, and right after I did the Vermont Marathon, I proceeded to tear or sprain my MCL. So I've been on PT for the last 6 weeks, but finally starting to recover. And yeah, I'm excited about doing that on April 20th.
Nice. Very exciting, huh?
Teacher, you're ready. Teacher, ready.
Sure.
All right.
So, somewhat related, personal, professional, and board. We're kicking off a CPR initiative, which hopefully our superintendent will support. And we are offering free CPR education to all students, educators, paraeducators in this district starting the 1st of October.
How young?
As young as we can get them. So we're targeting 1,000 students and educators over the next 12 months.
Awesome. Great.
Awesome.
That's wonderful. Mike.
Filed a continuation on my patent, getting claims hopefully will get approved, but taking, expanding that intellectual property and hopefully it'll pay off someday.
Awesome. Very good.
Celebrating each other personally is also a great keep a healthy organization. It's kind of fascinating. You also done this stuff. Emily.
I'm going to say two things. One is that my husband and I successfully navigated another, and Rick's the only one who's going to get this, another salary for our business. It's an art show that goes 9 days and it just about kills us every summer. And so we did that. I'm feeling so good about that being behind me. The other thing I'll just say is I felt pretty good about being able to advocate very hard on behalf of all of our students in the state of Vermont to get them to delay that special ed memo. And it wasn't just me, but it was really important that we took that off the table for now so that we can actually do good work moving forward, informed decision making, including our students and our administrators. So I'm feeling really good about that. I'm happy with it. I feel good. Really. Janet. Do you? It's time. I can do it.
You want to talk about my bus?
I'm so excited about my bus.
I'm working on my bus. I'm really excited about that. I don't know if that's quite a success yet. It's a success. All right, a success. We're my family, my husband, myself, and my kids are building a schoolie, and it is so close to system ready. We can drive it. We can get it going. I'm pretty psyched. We're going to have adventures, and I love it.
Can you ask her a question? Can you drive it to here?
Oh my God, yes.
Can we use it for board field trips?
I mean, yes.
I've been so excited about it ever since she told me about it. I think it's wonderful.
That's how we get to all the schools.
It's been fun.
All right. You know who you are. It's coming. Trish?
Yeah. I successfully navigated the summer where I only had to move the hay in my loft and not actually throw it on the back of the truck with Joe Lyra.
All right. You don't count that as your success, though. This one's Trish.
My back only hurt this summer for 3 days instead of 2
Well, that would be a failure on my part because I had to throw all the hay and Trish didn't help me. Oh, the one we just did was like 100.
We only did 107.
The first cut that you didn't get all of was
Yeah.
400 or 500.
Yeah.
I'll do that one.
Okay, Joe, bring us on home with a positive success you'd like to share.
Okay, so I was like running through all these professional things and I'm going, you guys would be so bored. So I'll give you a personal success. I learned how to remove all the bones from a pig.
That's right. You did teach that.
Because then you can take it and stuff it and roll it up and cook it whole and then slice it. And he's got pictures. I have pictures.
And it was delicious.
And it was delicious. It was a really cool cooking weirdness that I learned over the weekend.
We still miss your bacon. Cool. Just so you know.
We might have to get the bacon back.
Thank you.
The bacon can come back. Jen, thank you very much. Thank you, Jen.
You bet. I'm here. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. We're going to do some cleanup after this while Rick is here. Clean up? Anything? Okay. These kids go back up to the grade and see what else.
All right.
All right, so does this meeting adjourned?
I can come up.
Oh, I didn't do that.
We need to.
No. Did we call it to order? Oh, yeah,
We did. Oh, we need a motion to adjourn.
Oh, sorry.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. We are adjourned.